University, Thursday, November 12th at 10:30 a.m. I'm Brett Blankenship. I have the honor of being the chair of the Regents. And we are going live on Zoom and over YouTube. I will remind all in the listening audience, the Regents as well as presenters are participating by phone and via Zoom. And furthermore, this would be a great time to welcome our newest Regent.
Jeanette Ramos.
We have an echo going here. Regent Ramos is a Boeing Company executive who started out as a summer employee while completing her undergraduate work at WSU. She became one of the company's first environmental engineers and credits Washington State University for the opportunity. She's joining today her first meeting as a new Regent, and I'd like to welcome her virtually today. So welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you.
We will be conducting our committee meetings today as committees of the whole, so all Regents will be attending each committee. We will be taking periodic breaks throughout the day, and we will break for lunch at approximately 11:30. So to begin business today, I'd like to introduce the chair of the Research and Academic Affairs Committee, Regent Lisa Schauer. So Lisa, you have the call.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, welcome everyone. This is my first meeting as the chair of this committee. And luckily, most of what will be presented by Provost Chilton. So I'm hoping that we can start with 2 future action items, and she can provide us with the context beyond what you read in your materials today. So with that.
Thank you very much, Lisa. So yes, the first action item is to establish a Department of Viticulture and Enology. And if you're like me, of course, this is almost 4 months I've been at WSU, and I was surprised that we did not have a Department of Viticulture and Enology, given WSU's longstanding history in that area. We've had a program of viticulture and enology since the 1930s. And we've had a major in viticulture and enology since 2002, and an extension certificate was created the following year. We also have, in 2006, the Viticulture and Enology building was constructed at the WSU Irrigated Agriculture Research and Extension Center in Prosser, and in 2015, the Saint Michel Wine Estates WSU Wine Science Center opened at WSU Tri-Cities. So really what this proposal to create a department will help us with the organizational structure and also the leadership that we need to really make more than the sum of the various parts and the long-standing history. A lot of our peer institutions have departments of viticulture and enology. This would really put WSU on that sort of national map among our peers and allow us to really, as I say, have the leadership necessary to move forward. So it is not to create a new degree per se or a new school, but simply to create a department where we could house faculty and better coordinate and lead the efforts that have been quite long-standing. So that is a future action items. And Lisa, I don't know if you want to call for any questions, and I will do my best to answer if there are.
Thank you. Are there any questions before we move to the second item? Laura.
Thank you. The question that I have is how much of this new department will actually be centralized at WSU Tri-Cities?
So the departments report to the deans, regardless of which campus the faculty member resides. So in this case, it is establishing a department within the College of Agriculture, Human and Natural Resource Sciences. And therefore, that department chair will have the ability to look across the system and, of course, work with me and the dean to best decide how many faculty members should reside at the various campuses within that department. So by establishing the department, it gives us that leadership to make exactly that kind of decision, but it doesn't presage the decision by the creation of the department.
Thank you. One follow on. So when students get their diploma, of course, everybody graduates from WSU, but will they have a degree in viticulture and enology? It's what it sounded like in the write-up, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, and we have had that major since I think 2002. We have had the major, and that's what they graduate with, that as their major. So the department is really more about the leadership within the university in terms of the faculty reporting to a chair, reporting to a dean. It sort of formalizes that organizational structure and leadership.
President Schultz?
I was just going to say that the last 2 years of the degree program, Laura, are exclusively in the Tri-Cities, and all students going through have to be there. So I think Elizabeth's point around where the faculty be located and all that stuff will certainly be determined. But, you know, essentially, if we're going to have a V&E program, we need to be at the most modern facility right in the middle of wine country. And so, you know, I suspect in the long run, the majority of the faculty will wind up being physically there because that's where the majority of our students are going to be. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, clarifications? Okay. All right, so let's move on to the second future action item, which is discontinuing the Master's in Public Affairs. Also, Provost Chilton.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just pulling up my talking points here. So this is a future action item to discontinue the Master's in Public Affairs. And I did introduce this at our last meeting, I believe, in September. This really stems from, you know, first of all, you know, or first and foremost, I should say, dwindling enrollment over the last several years, significantly declining enrollment in this program in which is in the Master's in Public Affairs. This was spurred by the loss of a key faculty member, but also just in general in that decision in the fall of 2018. Really, there were not enough students to really justify hiring a new tenure track faculty member. And so at that time, they ceased to accept students in the fall of 18, starting in the fall of 18. So I believe that there are 4 students who are still left in the program who we will make sure that they get through. Some of the changes that would come from discontinuing this master's program, faculty will be able to focus more closely on the undergraduate program. So we have a Bachelor of Arts in Public Affairs in Vancouver, and we'll also be able to put their efforts into the PhD program on the Pullman campus. So this was certainly vetted by not only the department, but the relevant deans and my office, and seems like a good step in terms of utilizing our faculty resources best and playing to our strengths.
Ready?
So thank you for that. I have a question in regards to, have we done an evaluation as to why the program perhaps was not as popular as we had hoped it to be, especially when you have an undergrad program and then you have a PhD program? It seems odd to me and unfortunate to me that we will send them somewhere else for their master's, and then perhaps maybe get them back for a PhD type program. But any evaluation of kind of why, and was it really kind of built around a faculty member, or is it just lack of interest or lack of opportunity that was getting generated for students who were, within the program?
You're on mute.
I have to
Sorry.
unmute myself. I did try to get further information about this, and a lot of our information about the declining enrollments right now are somewhat anecdotal, I must admit. But from what I hear from Mark Steffen, who is one of the directors of the program, most of the students in the past, as he put it, have been very place bound. And there are a number of other masters in public affairs for students who currently reside in the Southwest Washington region. So they really just thought it was a question of where the students are located, where they want to live, maybe they're working at the same time, and that perhaps they have other options. At the University of Washington, Seattle University both have master's programs in these areas. WSU Pullman also has a master's in political science, which has been of interest and continues to have enrollments. And so it's possible that that's where some of the students who would otherwise have gone the other direction would have gone. So in any event, that is about as much information as I was able to glean since our last meeting. So I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
I think it's a really good question. And I actually followed up a little bit. Some of our best community leaders in Southwest Washington have come through WSU Vancouver, and in particular this program, some of our elected officials. I mean, it's a really solid program. I reached out to Chancellor Netzhammer, who is on the meeting right now. I wonder if we take a moment and hear from him directly.
Sure. Dana Baker was the faculty member, and she took another position. While the program wasn't built around a single faculty member, her role was required to offer the full range of courses for the program. This was a really difficult decision because we only got the program accredited about 5 years ago. So to go after accreditation and then relatively quickly make a decision to eliminate the program was not an easy decision. But we worked with the department over a number of years to build enrollments, to reach out into the community. As Lisa was suggesting, it's a program that a number of community members have come back for. And in fact, one of our most recent graduates is Patty Murray's chief of staff in our area. And he spoke at commencement last spring. And so that has been difficult. But when Dana left, the faculty got together to decide about replacing her and what the emphasis of the position would be, and recognizing that there were fewer enrollments from year to year over a number of years in the program. They were either going to need to redirect their efforts or double down and really try to do more around recruiting and outreach. And after looking at demand for the program, they ultimately made the decision that the institution would be better served by directing students to other programs. Let me just say, part of the challenge of this program is that it's a Master's of Public Affairs, and most people, when they hear MPA, hear Masters of Public Administration, which is a different program. And so the interest, I think, was in the Masters of Public Administration, and we were serving primarily a local need with that program.
Ron, it looked like you had something that you wanted to share.
What is the difference between your public administration and your public affairs? Because some universities don't make the distinction. I'm curious.
So our it's a good question. I don't know that I have a great answer for it, but the Masters of Public Affairs was primarily policy related, which can also be very much a part of a public administration degree, of course. It curricularly is somewhat different. It's less of a political science orientation in the program. I believe it was created originally when there were greater tensions around the system, and so we were limited on what we could offer. So we don't offer on our campus, for example, the political science degree or the public administration degree. We have offered public affairs on our campus. And so I think part of that was nature of history, and part of that was the emphasis of the program.
The only reason I raise that is that when I was the county executive, I only hired MPAs. That was a threshold with us. We didn't hire, if we were going to have a unit that we believe had to be administered really, really well, we always had MPAs because of the skill set. When I went back to the federal government, we also specialized in hiring MPAs because of the curriculum allowed them to get used to having to manage complex issues with and staff. So I think that that MPA, whether it was public affairs or public administration, was kind of the card you had to have to move up. If you didn't have it, we saw students, people who went and got it in order to get promotions in administrating government. So I think, I'm not going to debate the decision, but it will be consequential, because the only school left now is going to be producing some MPAs is going to be the University of Washington, which has a very aggressive program.
I don't disagree. And before we reached this decision, we had conversations, because, as you know, we have also moved the MBA program to entirely online, and began to look at ways that we might offer some kind of combination MBA, MPA program to meet the needs. And we were never really able to get the faculty agreement around that, or get the data that would suggest that the program would be sustainable.
Thank you.
Marty, did you have any other follow-up questions before I, okay. Yes, Kirk.
I just, as a reminder to everyone, universities are notoriously for adding, and we don't subtract as much as we should. And so I understand there's always demand for certain things, but I do want to give credit to Mel and his team, the provost's office. You know, at some point, if something's not working, we got to be willing to pull it off the table and redirect resources elsewhere. And I just want to acknowledge that. And if we need to do something in the future in a different form or fashion, we should be aggressive in that way. But, you know, it's notorious to keep things even if they're not working. And I think there's a good example of a needed change where it just wasn't doing what it needed to do. So appreciate all the great comments, though.
I think that's a really good point, especially because we have 4 students that are affected. So, I mean, I think the first question that's often asked when we look at this is how many students are affected. And I was very surprised to see there were only 4. So that also speaks to the case to eliminate it. Yes, our newest regent. Hello.
Hi there. I know I'm supposed to be a sponge today, just learning, but I do just have a question in terms of change management. And I think to the president's point, you know, change is necessary in a very dynamic way. How do we capture lessons learned or manage the knowledge in terms of, as you start a program, you know, run through it and then decide to change or eliminate it? How does the knowledge of lessons learned get captured?
That's a great question.
One point that I might add to this, again, I'm only slightly new, or less new than you are, Jeanette. So, but what I will say is This week, we hired a full-time vice provost for enrollment management. We had been doing a search for the last few years, and we had had a half-time vice provost for enrollment management the last few years, and he was hoping to retire, and we were able to complete very successfully a search. I'm hoping that that person will work with me and work with the chancellors to really take a broad look, market research on what the demand is, and really, as Kirk referenced, sort of manage our resources, our human resources, to the best of our advantage, taking advantage of our systemness, of our online programs, looking where we have competition for degrees and where there are needs in the communities that are not being met, that we have strengths in, that we can add a real systems look. We've needed this for a long time. And I'm really excited to be working with the chancellors on that, because I think that's what that partly what you're suggesting is, could we have known 5 years ago when we started the program, this is where we'd be? I don't know the answer to that. And some of the student demand is a little bit unpredictable, but some of it is predictable. And I'm hoping we can have a more system-wide approach to that.
Let me just make one correction. We didn't start the program 5 years ago. We got accreditation 5 years ago. The program has been around for a couple of decades. And I would say, Regent Ramos, that one of the things that we did learn, and that I think has been good in terms of change management, is how we wind down a program. So you notice that we did it over a couple of years, that we have made it possible for every student to graduate. And so those kinds of things are the knowledge base that I think is really important in this particular instance. For us, that would generally reside with the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and the Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, which coordinates that for the campus.
It's a great question, Jeanette. Thank you.
Lisa, I just love to second Kirk's comments about how hard it is to stop doing things. And so I want to give applause for that. And also, just try to have our mindset shift a little bit more from why stop doing something to why keep doing something. And so I love, hearing that we are going to be looking at everything sort of from a holistic point of view, and really not treat it as if it's already happening, there is a reason to continue it, that we have to, some high barrier to overcome to discontinue, but instead, ask the question sort of in the inverse, because we will never otherwise free up resources to do some of the new things that we should be doing.
That's a great comment, and leads to a comment I'm going to make at the end, just in terms of strategically understanding what we do really well, which was a curiosity I had in our pre-meeting, understanding that a little bit more. So thank you. Okay, any other comments or feedback before we move to our next item on the agenda? Okay, hearing none. The action item that we'll consider tomorrow is to establish a Department of Community and Behavioral Health.
All right, I actually unmuted this time. So I introduced this item at our last meeting. It's an action item to establish a Department of Community and Behavioral Health in the Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine. The motivation really is connected to our discussion of change management, and that essentially this change renames an existing but inactive Department of Health Policy and Administration. And this really aligns the college's administrative structure with national and international best practices. Really, the name Health Policy Administration is something that is not sort of commensurate with the strengths that we both have and aspire to in the areas of community and behavioral health, not just in our Spokane campus, but in Tri-Cities and across our system. So this is similar to the establishment of the viticulture and enology program that I stated at the beginning, in that it does not create new degrees or change existing degree programs, but it gives us the leadership, the administrative structure, and connects us with potential for extramural support by providing faculty with a unit title that really identifies what their broad area of expertise is. I also would just add that a Department of Community Behavioral Health really signals our community engagement that really embodies our land grant mission as well. So as I said, we will vote on this tomorrow. The full proposal is in your packet, and either I or Kirk will do our best to answer any questions that you may have, although Daryl, I believe, is on the call as well, and will have a lot more historical information than I've been able to give you.
Marty.
So one, I'm so excited about this, having been along for the ride and getting to be a part of the creation of our LCMS Floyd Medical School, and knew that this is something that's been near and dear to several people on that campus's kind of heart and mission. But I would like to hear from Daryl, just briefly, Daryl, as to how is it being received with your leadership on the campus and within the College of Medicine?
So thank you, Regent Dickinson. It's been received very well. What this represents is a convergence of two different major activities that are the College of Medicine and beyond. The first is when we onboarded the Initiative for Research and Education Advancing Community Health, sometimes called iReach. We built that research program, and we've added a great number of faculty to it. That program in and of itself has generated more than $50 million in research awards. It was initiated in 2015, simultaneous to the time of beginning the medical school. And always the vision had been, Marty, to have that transition to not just a research activity, but an academic program. The other thing that has happened is the Department of Medical Education and Clinical Sciences in the College of Medicine was a place of retention for a number of faculty where that might not have been the best fit for them. There's over 500 faculty in what they call DMECs. And so with iReach growing and DMECs growing, with many of these faculty, staff, and researchers having a focus on community and behavioral health, we really needed to transition to a department establishment that is a better fit. This does provide opportunity, as Provost Chilton talked about, for the establishment of several degree programs. But in the same way we've talked about transitioning out of program, this is establishing a department before we launch degree programs. So there will be a home for those programs. Does that help, or do you need more information?
No, thank you. It's a good context. I appreciate it. Thanks, Daryl. Nice to see you, by the way.
Other comments, questions? Okay. So we have 3 information items. The first is the spring 2021 academic planning. I want to just mention that the memo that was included was also sent to the Regents on October 14th, and it was reviewed at the town hall meeting on October 21st. So just a little bit of context, we did add that to the packet just to make sure that we were reminding folks that that announcement had been made. Elizabeth, do you want to share some additional insight?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I won't reiterate the memo that what was in the memo that's in your packet and that you all received, but simply to say that our concerns for the spring semester partly stemmed on spring break, and we are not alone in that a number of our peers were concerned about bringing students back in any capacity for the spring semester and then having them leave for a week and then come back again, that, with any kind of testing protocol, with any kind of quarantine protocol, the additional exposure they might encounter, that was a concern to us and to many of our peers. But we also recognize that the mental and physical health issues without any breaks in the spring semester would be daunting, not only for our students, but also for our faculty and support staff during the term. And so we, as you see this, the memo indicates that there will be some breaks that are scattered throughout the spring semester. And in fact, we shortened the spring semester by 1 week. We're starting a week late and eliminating spring break and still having those breaks. The late start will allow us, you'll hear later today about our testing plan for the spring, but a later start will allow for a more staggered move in with possibility for some quarantining. And we'll also just give students an extra week of a break in between the 2 semesters. We'll be working with our faculty to make sure that the days off, while they are scattered throughout the semester, that they don't assign assignments that are due the day after a break or on the day of the break, so that we can make sure that students are taking real days off and not feeling pressure to just keep going. My son, who is in school this semester, who didn't have any breaks at all, is feeling quite burned out. And I know that a number of our students are feeling that. So we're going to do whatever we can on that front. Trying to think the other spring 2021 updates that I wanted to give just in terms of academic affairs. You will hear a lot more later today about other pieces of this, but in terms of academic affairs, we continued the same process that we used this fall for having primarily remote instruction, but with an exception process for faculty to request an exception and be able to offer a course or activity in person. And Craig Parks is on the call today. He's the vice provost who had in my office, who has been working with a small committee to review those requests to make sure that that we have fewer than 10 students, that we've got these activities happening either outside or in locations where we have good ventilation, that appropriate PPE is being used, and that the activity really warrants is something, in the cases where we've approved, it's just something that we cannot carry out with high quality in a remote fashion. There are some things that just almost are impossible to translate into a remote instruction. So if anyone has any questions about that sort of remote instruction process, Craig is on the call and can answer that probably in more detail than I can. But these tended to be, people who are working with animals, people working in laboratory settings. A lot of our clinical, courses really need to be done in person. And we'd have about 65 classes for the spring on the Pullman campus. And I should say that this exception process was managed on each of our physical campuses. So in that sense, I was wearing my hat as Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs for Pullman in reviewing the exceptions to remote instruction. In each of the other campuses would have had its own exception process. I can let the other chancellors speak to if they have approved any in-person instruction, but for Pullman, it was about 63, 65 classes, which is about double the number that we approved for this fall, in part because we did not have any incidents of COVID spread in an in-person classroom setting. And therefore, we know that the PPE and the protocols and the rooms that we're scheduling those in and the types of activities we're approving are successful in managing the spread in the classroom setting. Obviously, we can't control what happens outside the classroom setting, but that piece seems to be working super well. And so I'll leave it at that. There may be some questions about the academic piece of this. And as I say, Craig Parks is on the line if there are specific questions about course exceptions.
I think it's important to frame this conversation and disconnect any of the testing questions that you might have and really focus this on the academic side. There is a whole agenda item regarding the testing plan, which is later this afternoon at 2:45 in the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee. So as we had this conversation in prep for this meeting, the two seemed like they made sense to be together, but we're trying to kind of separate them. So are there any questions on the academic calendar? Kirk.
I just want to acknowledge to the Regents that the majority of our students were not happy with this decision. And I think, we've tried to address that as best as we can. This is a best practice around the country. A lot of the things that Elizabeth has put in her proposal, and this was done in conjunction, as you saw, with the Faculty Senate in a collegial way. But I like several decisions that we have on our plate, there's not going to be universal agreement that this was the right thing to do. And I just want people to be aware of that. And many of you may have heard from some members of our student body and student leadership around this decision. But as I look out nationally, and other people and other universities are announcing their spring terms, almost everybody has made this same call. So.
And Kirk, you specifically mean the decision to eliminate spring break. The other pieces of this, we did do a survey of all students on their recommendations for spring semester, whether it be all remote or all in person or hybrid, and that was much more mixed. It was probably about a third in the categories that I just named. Some students really wanted to be all in person and back as much as possible. Some really didn't feel comfortable, and some really wanted kind of a hybrid. So I consider what we've done is a hybrid where we consider very carefully, what are the pedagogical goals? What are the learning outcomes? And how would being remote or being in person affect those learning outcomes while making sure that we're keeping students, faculty, and staff safe? That was our guiding principle. So, you could imagine that even if you had only 20 students in person, a minimum of 6 feet apart, all wearing masks, the professor wearing a mask, standing in front of the classroom, the question is, what is the pedagogical advantage of that? What is the learning advantage of that versus having a Zoom session like this, where you can actually see each other's faces and have breakout rooms? And so we weighed each on a case-by-case basis, and I really want to give kudos to Craig Parks and his team, because they literally reviewed each and every single course on a case-by-case basis.
Marty and Enrique.
Well, Kirk, it's not super popular. I understand that with a parent with 3 kids, all in different universities in 3 different states. Every one of them have had a spring break canceled for the exact same reason. So I think that we all get it and can appreciate it. And so thank you.
I just wanted to say that I agree with the decision, because if you look at the situation across the country, things are surging. And I think from a safety standpoint, I don't see it getting better for quite a while. So I think it was a smart thing to do.
For those of you that do watch the town hall meetings, it was helpful to have that context shared in terms of how we were comparable with our peers and with other universities. So it wasn't certainly just WSU is doing this. I thought that context was helpful. Arlie?
Thank you all for your work and consideration of keeping the students safe. I think that's really important to me, being a pharmacy student, try not to be as biased, but in my mind, I always try to think that we have to do our best to keep everybody safe. I do know that a lot of students were very unhappy with the spring break cancellation. I thank you for actually reminding, I guess, the faculty that it should be a day to really just rest, even though we are putting it in the middle of the week to prevent long weekends and stuff like that, which I totally agree with. I am going to try to speak to them tomorrow to kind of convince them that this is the smart decision. I think it's better that other universities are following suit. This is not a unique situation to us. I'm not sure if all of them are aware, but I do know also that cases are rising. So I appreciate that we are starting a week late so that we can make sure that this doesn't fail, because I think it'd be exponentially worse if we do bring students back and we have to send them home at some point because it becomes too dangerous, because of course we want our students to succeed and be safe, because if they get sick, I'm sure like all of us would feel really, really bad. Me personally, knowing like a lot of them being my peers, because I have to do so much while I'm on clinical rotations to stay safe. I for sure would want them to be safe while they're at school. Like I don't want them to be having to worry about like, oh, is this like our numbers growing or something like at any of the campuses. So again, thank you. I will do my best to survey, I guess, the logic behind all these decisions tomorrow. And I guess hopefully they'll be more receptive, because I think being transparent, I think, is always the best thing, especially with the students, because then they feel like sometimes things are thrown onto them. So thankfully I've been in these conversations. I've heard everything, the things that you guys are considering. And hopefully tomorrow they'll be very receptive to things that I'm like telling them, that like this is our plan moving forward. We already have the dates established, which is really, really good, so that they can know ahead of time. So again, thank you for all your hard work, Provost Chilton, President Schultz, in trying to keep the university safe, as well as our students, our faculty, and our staff.
Thank you. I think we always appreciate hearing the student perspective, especially in light of changes like this. I think in addition to the student perspective was the faculty perspective, which Elizabeth shared some context. I don't know that the faculty would have liked to have missed spring break either. It's an opportunity for them to be able to have a break as well. So there's a lot of stakeholders that were involved in making this decision, which is the right way to make decisions. So yeah. Ron, did you have something you wanted to share as well?
Well, mine wasn't directly related. I was just going to say, I hope we have another Regents meeting. We take advantage of the fact that campuses are great places when the vaccine's available. And you want to be able to capture students and faculty and whoever's visiting. I mean, in the research that was done to lay the plans for what happened when you have a pandemic, universities were looked at not only as a place of research, but as a place to actually be able to do large-scale vaccinations, because you have a captive audience, so to speak. So I would hope that we were going to plug into local health authorities and basically tell them that we have both the organization, the efficiency, and the numbers they need to move forward with widespread vaccination when it's available in March and April.
Good comment.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes.
Since we voted to have a faculty representative sit on the board, I wondered if Dr. Crouch was available to comment from Senate leadership of where we are with this.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. This was, I think it was pointed out this process was vetted through Senate. It was discussed at Senate steering, voted on in Senate. I think that everybody understands the need for it, so I don't think that's a concern. I just want to point out that like students, faculty are exhausted, and the remote instruction as it impacts us as well. So I think that this is just a consideration, but there was a great deal of support for the reasons for eliminating spring break, creating these days, and it did pass fine.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Okay, it's 11:15. I think our committee was set to finish up at 11:30. We have a couple more items. I really do want to make sure that we spend enough time on the research update as well. So let's move to the next item, which is the mid-cycle review. Elizabeth?
Yes, and in the interest of speed and accuracy and a balance of the two, I would like to ask Craig Parks to give a 2-minute update on this. The rest is in your packet, and then we can move on to the Office of Research update, if that's all right with you, Lisa.
Yes, thank you. Craig?
Oh, thank you. And yes, I will indeed be brief. We have our NWCCU mid-cycle review this April. The dates have already been set. I believe it's April 19th and 20th, mid-April for sure. Our report is due to them in March, and so we will have a copy of the report for you to look at your January retreat. I will reassure you that the report is going to be limited to about 20 pages, not the 400-page magnum opus that we handed you 3 years ago. The report is going to focus on two things, two examples of what we consider to be excellent student assessment programs. We have chosen the UCORE program and the Department of Human Development. Those were chosen as the result of a careful survey of all of the practices that are being used at the various departments. We have spoken with the leaders of both of those programs, and they are happy to be working with us on this. The other aspect, the other key aspect, will be our response to the two outstanding recommendations that we have. One of them was a recommendation to be able to more rapidly disaggregate our student data. We'll be able to respond to that with the demonstration that since that year 7 site visit, we've converted to Power BI, and we now have an online data dashboard that rapidly disaggregates to a quite granular level. The other recommendation is to more consistently use data and results of assessment in university decision-making. We will be able to effectively address that by appealing to our new strategic plan and the new structure that it has, involving yearly revisitation and very careful assessment of the goals. The other point that I want to bring to your attention is that NWCCU has offered us the opportunity to have the mid-cycle visit focus on our developmental goals. They are sufficiently confident that our mid-cycle report will look good, that they are offering us the chance to instead use the time to get input from aspirational institutions about our goals and some strategies for how to more rapidly accomplish those goals. We have taken them up on that offer. We were asked to give a short list of 5 schools from which we would like potentially to have site visitors come. We consulted with President Schultz on this. The list that we gave them is Virginia Tech, Purdue, UC Davis, Colorado State, and the University of Massachusetts. I do not yet know what their goal is to ask people from 2 of those universities to be our site visitors. I have not yet heard back from NWCCU on whether the team has been put together. I expect to hear, I'm hoping to hear by the end of this month. And of course, once we know, we will inform you. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Craig. Any questions? Okay. All right. We'll look forward to that update. Thanks so much. The next item is a presentation, and I really think that we probably can go for about 15 minutes. So I think Chris, our Vice President for Regents, is gonna kick us off. There's a lot of really good information here, so I hate for us to not be able to spend enough time, but I do wanna allow for time for others to ask some questions. So Chris. You're on mute.
Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great, thanks. I'm just gonna share. Okay. Okay, everyone, can you see that? Okay,
Yes,
so,
we see it, and it's in our packet as well.
great, okay, super. So in the interest of time, I'm just gonna talk to this first slide very briefly, then I have the pleasure to turn, let me just put my title slide back up. I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Colleen Kerr and Guy Palmer in a few minutes to talk a little bit more in depth about some of our exciting progress in vet med and how that progress has been made by coordination between our faculty and also federal engagement and community engagement. So great stuff there. Let me just preface that with just a quick update on some of our statistics, which I normally do. I'm just going to talk to this slide. So first of all, for Regent Shower, Regent Shetler, Regent Ramos, some others that have seen this may not remember it. This is a plot of our expenditures versus time. And this is sort of how we keep score in research world, if you will. It's how much we spend on research, which is expenditures. So you can see there for our last few years, we've been trending up slightly. FY19 was a record high for us. And you can see the various components there. I won't go into them, but it includes both federal funds, which we spend as we get grants, but also internal money. So in other words, if I get a grant from a federal agency, when I spend that money, it counts. But if I pay for a research assistant internally, or if I fix up a laboratory, that also counts. And so we add up all those expenditures. That's our ranking. That number in FY18, which is the last national year it's available, that is leaves us as number 71 in the United States, about top 11%. And that's been our ranking for actually the last while. And as you probably have heard, perhaps separately, our expenditures per faculty is actually at the top of our internal peer group. So kudos to our faculty for that. So just a couple of very quick highlights on some, and you can read the rest of my slides for news updates and stuff, but just a few things to bear in mind. Number one, in FY20, we had a record year for awards, 40 million compared to 19. About half of that was due to CARES Act, and half of that was due to growth throughout the system. Some of it in the med school, as Daryl described, some of it elsewhere. The one other thing I'll mention is that in FY21, this current year, we can see some decrease in expenditures already, and that reflects issues associated with COVID and the fact that we're not all on campus. We are just not spending out as quickly. It also reflects the fact that we've had trouble getting some of our international students recruited in here. So we just have actually physically less folks to spend, to support, actually. So some numbers are down in expenditures because of COVID, essentially. It's about, you can look at in the numbers there, it's probably about 10% compared to where we were last year. We'll have to see how that trend evolves, but that's a quick summary. And so Regent Shower, if it's okay, I'd like to give the rest of the time to Vice President Kerr and Dr. Palmer.
Absolutely. I think there's some really good information in the packet that Chris isn't able to review with us, but hopefully if you have any questions, we can follow up after we finish the presentation, specifically around these first few slides for Chris. Colleen.
Thanks, Regent Shower. It's nice to see everyone. Let me also welcome Regent Ramos. Pleasure to have you here. So I'm really just the transition to Guy. I thought it would be helpful to provide a little bit of contextual information about why Chris and I decided to bring this forward. So from a federal relations perspective, from my office's perspective, probably about 70% of what we work on is thinking through strategies in order to increase opportunities for WSU to compete for federal research dollars. And I offer that because it's a long game, and it's one of those issues that has become front and center during the pandemic. And the single best example is actually something that Guy will talk about. And so we had, and these awards that he's going to talk about. So the question came up is, how are other universities paying for testing, including another university in our state? And there is a flu study, which is part of a platform and an investment in public health that has happened in our state for many, many years. And so when COVID happened, that platform existed. So I went to Guy and I said, what can we do? And he said, well, we can do this in Africa, and we're doing it in Africa. And I just had this like light bulb that went off over my head, because the work that we have been doing with Dr. Palmer and with Dr. Call and with the Allen School and Dr. Kuula, which we've been working on for almost 10 years now, maybe 8 years, has had tremendous investment and is where we're starting to see these very large scale grants, including we are now the #1 recipient for CDC dollars, which is because we work with the CDC and we work with other agencies to shape the programs, ultimately to shape the policy, which is then available to compete, and we are well positioned to compete. And so as we think through how we want to strategically allocate dollars and time, and then recognize that we are in a long game under Drive to 25, this snapshot of what Guy will present now, I think is really important information for us. And then also we had talked about it with Regent Shower, we would love to at a retreat, maybe do a little bit of a deeper dive, because the model that we have used to help Dr. Palmer and his colleagues be successful is one that's worth exploring. And it's one we've used for other projects, including alternate jet fuels in the environment. So I will pass it over to Dr. Palmer.
Thank you, Colleen. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me clearly. All right, got it. And I am going to move away from my darkened face here and immediately into a presentation because I am conscious that we want to stay on time. But it's a great opportunity for me to kind of update the Regents on how this has developed and culminated in a Center for Research in Emerging Infectious Diseases. And I want to emphasize that this isn't this is not a single grant, or this is not an immediate response to the current pandemic, but this is really a decades-long strategic investment by the university, starting with the Board of Regents, all levels of leadership that have allowed us to really position ourselves in a dramatically different way than we were 10 years ago. Very strategic approach, and I think it's paid off, and that's what I want to share with you today. Just as a brief reminder for those of you, it started a little more than 10 years ago with a gift originally from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, followed by a capstone gift by Paul Allen to his alma mater that resulted in both the creation of this Allen Center, which is the largest biosecurity facility in the Northwest, focused on these kind of pandemic zoonotic diseases that is present now at WSU. It's also had tremendous support from many donors, as well as continued support from the administration, which we're really grateful for. So this was built essentially completely with philanthropic dollars. Scott Carson was the head of the Board of Regents at that time that we opened that facility. It's a beautiful facility. You're all welcome, especially post-pandemic, to come and visit us there. And we would love to be able to give you a tour of this facility, which not only does cutting edge research, but provides tremendous experiential learning opportunities for levels all the way from undergraduate through postdoctoral fellows. That then culminated, as many of you would know, in the public funding of phase 2 of the Allen Center, which houses the Washington Animal Disease Diagnostic Laboratory, which, as I'm sure you'll hear later, where our current coronavirus testing is ongoing, which is testing at 900 human samples per day. So I want to talk a little bit about how we developed over the last decade, from one assistant professor to where we sit today. She did not know she was the only faculty member when we hired her. We kind of kept that from her until we had some others to keep her company. But we've been able to attract an outstanding faculty. All of the members of the National Academy of Medicine at Washington State University are within the Allen School. And as you can see, both fellows of the American Association for Advancement of Science and the Washington State Academy of Sciences are very highly overrepresented in this unit. So as a result of these, as Chris was mentioning a little bit ago, we've increased our funding tremendously. In terms of subject matter, as you can see there, it's both training grants, animal health, where we focus on those diseases that spread from animals to humans, and a very large public health component. Per faculty member, again, this just reflects the strength of our faculty, the average federal funding per faculty member. So we've really transitioned from the investment that the university made and our philanthropic investments to a sustaining model based on cutting edge research and federal funding. Internationally, we made a commitment to, as Colleen mentioned, in terms of setting up platforms, we picked specific areas to develop, not only on a single grant, but for a long-term strategy to build trust and become, as we call it, that WSU would be the partner of choice for U.S. investments in pandemic disease research in East Africa. So you can see our numbers there. We have permanent faculty and staff present in Kenya. We vary in terms of our contract employees between 100 and 200, 171 at the moment. and the same in Tanzania, although to a slightly smaller degree. WSU is responsible for the conduct of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention research and disease surveillance in East Africa. So we have a fantastic staff, and as I've welcomed you to come visit us in Pullman, it's a standing offer to come visit us in East Africa. I think you'd just be amazed by the WSU presence and enthusiasm and sense of belonging that our staff feel to WSU. Just a couple quick snapshots. I know we don't have a lot of time. This reflects the Center for Disease Control investment to make sure we have effective antibiotics in our healthcare system by combating antibiotic resistance. And just to share that is the leading recipient, academic recipient in the state of Washington is WSU, reflecting again this investment on really critical areas of public health. A lot of our research, we've set up these platforms. This is Kibera, which is an urban slum in Nairobi. It has a population density of 77,000 people per square kilometer, which is 10 times the population density of Manhattan in New York, but all at a single level. So we've done a tremendous amount of research here in terms of how antibiotic resistance emerges in these places and then spreads globally. There's over 1 billion people worldwide that live in these conditions. So by having a long-term research platform there, we've been able to continue the CDC investment into that public health problem. So just basically on these last few slides, this culminated in this year. NIH announced 10 centers for research on emerging infectious diseases, which cover basically the entire globe. WSU was well positioned to compete for this and were awarded the funding for East and Central Africa. I will acknowledge that it's really a feather in the cap for the state of Washington that the University of Washington also has a center. They cover different parts of the world, but that 20% of the NIH Centers for Research on Emerging Infectious Diseases are present in the state of Washington, I think is a real great reflection to the excellence of our universities, but also the commitment of our communities to global health. We also have a new training program for zoonotic infectious diseases, those diseases such as the current pandemic that come out of animals into humans. And it's unique in that it trains physicians and veterinarians as a single cohort in East Africa to support the public, clinical and public health research that will allow these outbreaks to be dealt with at a local level before pandemic spread. And this is complementary to a US-based postdoctoral training program in infectious diseases, which is now in its 39th year of continual funding. So I think that's the last of my slides. I know we're short on time. Just will reach out that we also engage our communities locally and across the state and across the nation to participate in this by having veterinary clinics that when they vaccinate a dog, they donate money to Rabies Free Africa to eliminate the deaths in children due to rabies. So it's been a great opportunity for us to move beyond the academic sector and federal funding and actually engage communities in being part of a solution. And this is from one of our local animal hospitals, kind of reflecting that partnership. So with that, I'm going to see if I can stop screen sharing. Yes. All right. So I think
Thank you very much.
Right on time. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you did that perfectly. There's so much content here, and certainly so much more that I think we could ask questions about and want to learn more of. As Colleen mentioned in our meeting before the Regent meeting, there was a bit of a conversation. It does seem like this model would be helpful for the Regents to understand a little bit more. And certainly as a research university, this is the what we do, and really understanding what we do really well, what sets us apart, what's innovative and unique would be something that I, for one, would benefit from understanding a little bit more. So we had talked a little bit about, and I would be suggesting on behalf of the committee, if there's those that are also interested in this, that this might be a topic that we spend more time really understanding, appropriate in a retreat setting as opposed to committees and a full Regent board meeting. Are there others that might find a benefit in spending time here on this? Okay. Yes, Laura. You don't have any comments? You're okay. That was a high five, right?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's high five, but let me just mention, I mean, this is really an extraordinary program. And it is, and it's also a great credit to WSU. And so, I mean, I actually took a tour on campus, on the Pullman campus, and I found it fascinating. And I'll have to think about if I can get over to East Africa and go through the facilities over there. That was a great invitation. Thank you.
I think you'd be very, very pleased to see the engagement over there. We would love to have any and all of you.
Madam Chair, I had a quick comment.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thank you, Guy. That was a great presentation. And earlier in the discussion, we batted around the difference between administration and public affairs. Let me do a little public affairs thinking. And this is more Vice President Kerr's wheelhouse. But on the agriculture side of some of these international problems in Africa, you have the Norman Borlaug Initiative and the World Food Prize, which carries a lot of political connections. And if we could somehow tie together this effort with some of that work, I think we could really be positioned well on the world stage. And we ought to explore that or drill down on that as time allows.
Thank you. Just to note that WSU was very recently awarded by the U.S. Agency for International Development a Feed the Future project, building on our platform, but exactly on what you're talking about around nutrition and food security. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to add that on.
Yeah, I want to also say thank you, Regent Blankenship and Regent Shower. You know, what I should have also added with respect to Dr. Palmer's work and Dr. Wright and Dr. Holbert's work in Connors is, for this to be successful, it is the important work of the faculty in the lab, without question. And then there is a lot of time and energy that goes into laying the groundwork for that. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that Dr. Palmer's time and energy that he has put into this. There are, multiple trips to Atlanta, right, to meet with CDC for conversations that don't always feel like they're going someplace. Many, many trips to Washington, D.C., lots of time in Seattle, right? We have a global health industry cluster that is in Seattle, and Guy actually chairs an antimicrobial resistance coalition. And so I really want to acknowledge that component of it, because we have to have both and, right? We have to have being willing to participate and engage with colleagues to elevate our visibility and to create a platform for our scientists to be able to compete in that environment after we've laid the groundwork. And Guy is exemplary on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Ron, it looks like you might have something to share.
Well, I hope that you unleash Colleen shortly. And let me tell you why. When I was back in Washington, D.C., President Biden, Vice President Biden, DepSex reported directly to him. And as a result of that, he had an incredible interest in what was happening overseas on ag and health. I mean, it was, and a lot of us ended up having to take trips to East Africa, South Africa, Middle Africa, and other countries because, and I think that since he is going to be the president, he's likely to have staff who share his same values as to the steps he has to take. Yesterday in his speech, he raised them, and I think it's WSU is well suited as an institution to really take advantage of the interest that he's going to have in his administration about agriculture and healthcare overseas. And there'll be a lot of deputy secretaries who actually will love you because we'll be taking the trips overseas, not the DepSex. I just think we're in the wheelhouse. I don't want us to pass up hitting a home run on this one. I mean, there's no other university capable of organizing the variety of content to well serve countries that of his interest, and I hope we capitalize on that. That's just a speech for today.
That meeting is already on my calendar. So yes, I'm with you, and there are many of you I will want to reach out and talk with about that, but I very much agree.
There doesn't seem like a better moment than now to spend really talking about this. And I think that January isn't going to be here soon enough, because it is important that we understand this and that we're able to, in our role, help to support it as much as possible. So given the time, and we're about 12 minutes over when we thought the committee would wrap up, just a couple thoughts that I wanted to share. Having this been my first meeting as chair, that there is so much more here to explore, and that there is a lot of really good information that we spend just a few moments on. And as an institution, this is what we do. And so I really want to emphasize that I think we need to spend a little time at our retreat really talking about some of these initiatives and how we step into a leadership model and utilize the successes that we've already had to build on that, and perhaps outside of Washington. It's pretty exciting to imagine the impact we're having over in Africa and beyond. So with that, I will just open up for a very quick, is there anyone that feels compelled to either ask a question or make a comment before I turn this back over to Chairman Blankenship? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Regent Shower. That was a terrific committee meeting, and let me just give you kudos and congratulations. As a reminder to the rest of the board members, when Lisa was appointed to the board, she received a shortened, unexpired term, and she's recently been appointed to a full term, and so we have her services for several years to come now. So congratulations, Regent Shower, for that appointment. And since you did such a good job, whoever made you chairman must be a genius. So so thank you for the great report. And we will break until about 1 o'clock for lunch. That'll give us time to review some of the financial documents we'll be looking at, and get us warmed up for a busy afternoon. So thank you all, and we stand adjourned.
Nice job. Brett? Hey, Brett, this is Stacy. I was wondering if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Stacy.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we were hoping you couldn't hear us.
Oh, okay. Well, I couldn't hear anybody, and so I thought, uh-oh, maybe I'm not. And I couldn't see that you were, didn't think you were muted. Sorry, muted.
Well,
That's not the right word.
Well, I'm gonna hang up for a while and finish up my notes here.
Okay.
But I can hear you fine.
Great.
Looks good. Sounds good.
Stacey, I really think you should have had a summary kind of photo instead of the winter background.
Oh, sorry. I looked out my window and changed my background.
Is there
We're
snow
getting
in
rid-
Pullman?
There is snow in Pullman, yes.
It's not too much.
Very well.
Yeah. Nope.
It's wide open, yeah. So, we've reached the appointed hour. I've been told we are live on YouTube and Zoom. So I will call the board back into session. The next item on the agenda is the Finance and Compliance Committee, meeting as the Committee of the Whole with the chair, our vice chair of the board, Regent Marty Dickinson. Marty, are you on?
I am. Thanks, Brett. Can you guys hear me?
Very well.
Great. So, this is the funnest committee. I know that there's all of you thinking, oh my gosh, how do you get on that? I mean, you have to really work super hard, and then they make you do the fight song. And if you know how to do a couple extra Coop type things, you can actually be the chair of this. So, oh, sorry. In the midst of all this, my son is calling from Arizona because he's just been tested positive for COVID. So we're down, we're good. We've got 2 of our 3 kids that have almost have it. So I just need 1 more to get it, and then I'm home free. So he's testing out the link that the university is providing to get his test. So that's good. We have a full packed committee report here today. You're going to get a whole lot of Stacy and Matt and a few others. So I fortunately get the opportunity prior to this meeting to go through all of this in much greater detail. And Stacy always does a fabulous job kind of getting me up to speed. But we have 3 information items to go through today. We have a future action item, and then we have 3 action items. All are fairly meaty. So I'm going to turn it to Stacy, and we'll just get this kind of kicked off and going forward.
Great, thank you. And then the question I have is, most of this I will probably walk through. I have a few presentations that provide summary information of what is in the agenda. So I will just assume that you're all in the Finance and Compliance Committee agenda, and I'll walk through, and then I will try to watch for chats, but I have found that sometimes the multitasking Zoom, somebody might just have to say, hey, Stacy, could you stop for a minute? And I will do so accordingly. So first of all, we have an information item, which is our fiscal year 2020 financial statement audit update. The university's fiscal year ends June 30 of 2020. And so our audited financials, or our annual financial statements, are audited by the state auditor's office. And we have had our entrance conference with them, and they will be performing that audit. For those of you who've been around a while, and I realize that we do have a lot of new regents, so welcome to you. We will give you the full update on our audited financial statements and other audits at our March meeting, which is typically in Tri-Cities. We'll see where it is this year. So you can expect that. On that sheet, you will see that there's also a lot of other audits with our housing and dining system, athletics, transportation services, our rec center, a lot of our auxiliaries, and our student book corporation and alumni association. Those audits will be performed by Clifton, Larson, and Allen out of Spokane. And then also the WSU Foundation audit will be performed by KPMG. So again, all of that, the results of these audits will be shared with you at that March meeting in 2021. And then we've also attached the entrance conference document from the Washington State Auditor, and I believe they have had a call with Regent Dickinson also. So any questions on that?
Anybody? Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, and Stacy, I had a call with them last, I believe, what today? I think Monday. That I had with them.
Okay, I'll move on to the second item. You'll recall that at our last Regents meeting, we were authorized to issue and sell taxable revenue and refunding bonds to act on some savings that we could achieve. We went out on the market on October 22nd, and were able to issue those bonds. And actually, I have a little presentation here that shows you that we were able to generate 11.24 million in cash benefit. And what I'm showing you in this chart is basically that we did not extend the time frame of our debt, nor did we increase the annual payments. So those were 2 provisions for this, but we were able to recognize these savings in the green bars here, and then new money that will be repaid in these 2 years, again, using the same payment. And the reason that was our goal this time is we recognize that with COVID, we might have to have some other tools available to us in the future. So I feel really good about this. It was a very fast bond sale, and we met with our Moody's Investor Services, S&P, and used our financial advisors, PFM, and then Barclays Capital was our underwriter. It was a sale of $100,915,000 in general revenue refunding bonds and $9.45 million in general revenue bonds. So the cash benefit was $11.2 million. We did refunding for debt service. The net present value savings was 11.6%, well above our debt policy threshold. The all-in true interest cost of 2.64%, which is very good. This is less than we told you it might be when we presented to you in September. We said about 13.5 million. However, we had to pull 2013 from the refunding just because the savings weren't as strong. I did want you to know that we had strong demand for WSU bonds. We received about 324 million in orders, or 3.2 times the amount that we were issuing from 28 different investor accounts. And I always talk about this afterwards, because sometimes I'll hear people say, well, why didn't you just go for the whole 324 million? And I say, well, because we have to pay it back. So at any rate, the largest investor order came from Wells Capital Management, followed by Nuveen. We talked about the savings that was generated, and I think you'll remember what I said in the September meeting, that given the COVID situation, what we want to do is just set this cash aside as we kind of navigate our year and see what happens. We were able to retain our bond ratings of an AA3 through Moody's and an A+ with Standard & Poor's. And what this slide shows you is kind of where we are with other institutions. Most of the institutions are in this rating category, so we're in good company. And probably most importantly, because bond ratings, independent bond ratings, are an indication of fiscal health, and in this challenging year in particular. So the commendation that we received from the rating agencies was that they really gave us credit for our 3-year fiscal recovery to improve our reserve levels, and it helped with some of the impact of COVID in fiscal year 21. They did recommend that we continue to grow our reserves and improve liquidity, and that we recover to improved operating performance in FY22. So recognizing that FY21 has a lot of challenges, just the encouragement that when we're back on our feet, that we continue on the plan that we had set out, because their continued concern is our low reserves compared to our peers. And so even with the fiscal recovery, they would like us to see us grow our reserves, as would we, of course. And then the observation that they have put in all of the ratings for all of the institutions, believe me, we were not alone out there in the market, was that COVID-19 represents a significant environmental, social, and governance risk within higher education. And they do refer to WSU in our residential model and cost structures because of being a residential campus. So, that is the presentation there, and I want to know if there's any questions. Again, I just wanted to give you an update on that. Okay, I believe the next information item goes to Mary Jo Gonzalez.
Greeting Regents. It feels like it's been forever since we've seen you. I'm looking forward to seeing you again soon sometime. I do want to update you on our housing and dining rates. For our newer Regents, I want to outline the process a little bit so it'll help you understand why we're coming to you now and what it looks like for the next meetings that we have. We typically begin our housing and dining rate setting process in the fall in order for us to be ready for in early spring, so that when we send out financial aid packages and all of the cost structures for the upcoming year, that the students will have a fair value of what that will look like. And so typically we have meetings in the fall that begins the discussions, and then we finalize that rate early in the spring. We are hearing, we are looking at, and our board is conscious of that, it is made mostly of students with several administrative staff on there, including some of our financial team. But the decision, and as we're leading, is our students are telling us that they are in really tough financial spots. And so and I believe we talked about this at the last meeting, I believe it was Regent Redmond who said right sizing everything. The truth of the matter is housing and dining right sizes every year when it goes through its rate setting process. And so we are being more aggressive this year and understanding what it could look like for the next couple years. We are looking at enrollment patterns and enrollment trends. And we are seeing, for example, even those students who aren't choosing to live with us this first year under the COVID environment, asking about when they can return to WSU. So I imagine we will have a lot of first year students who are with us this year who will want to live with us next year. And so we believe that at this point, we'll probably offering a rate neutral, meaning that we wouldn't ask for an increase likely for the upcoming year, just because of the financial situation our students are facing.
Any questions for Mary Jo in regards to this? Okay, that's fairly straightforward, Mary Jo. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And thank you for taking good care of our kids there, Mary Jo. Stacy, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on the future action item number 1, FY21 athletics budget update and a plan for fiscal recovery. So this, Pat Chun will be joining me with this presentation. And if you refer to your agenda item, we have the cover sheet that first gives you, the first section gives you an update on the athletics budget. Since COVID started, we've been having monthly updates, and then goes into the proposed fiscal recovery plan that you asked us for last September. So I will.
Stacy?
Yes.
You mind if I make a couple comments before you get going?
Sure.
Okay.
That's what we were going to do, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah, it was. That's all right. I was hoping that you might, I didn't have to
Take a
interrupt.
breath.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments just, before we get started on probably what will be our most decision and discussion today. If we go back to our last meeting, at least the leadership of the university heard from you all as regents that we wanted a comprehensive proposal that wasn't simply how we're going to move through the next month or two, but what's an end game look like? How do we manage debt repayment for the accumulated debt? Basically, you all asked us, and we felt, to bring you a proposal for how we would propose to do this. Stacy and her team worked with Pat and lots of other people. And at the end of the day, I think what she brought forward represents our best thinking of how to get there. Now, that being said, probably nobody is satisfied with it. You'll hear from Greg Crouch around some of the faculty concerns and things like that. But I want to put a little bit of perspective. One, I sent a memo to all of you detailing a little bit of why I think membership in the Pac-12 conference is so important for WSU. Not everybody's going to agree with it, but I think that came up at the last meeting. People said, is this really important to the university? And I wanted to at least give some thoughts. The second thing I want to do is, at the end of the day, it was my decision to move this proposal forward to the Board of Regents. The cabinet was just briefed on this by Stacy on Monday, and Stacy and I are planning to go visit with our faculty senate in early December. We have a date set and a time set to specifically talk about this. We also want to spend time with student government, with our staff and other groups like that around this. So I don't want this to be seen by anybody as a fait accompli, but at the same time, there's always a tough timing issue on this. What group do you get to first? And we felt it was important to bring it to you all as Regents first to get some feedback and hear what you have to say. End of the day, nobody's going to be particularly happy with what we do. And I'm willing to accept that because sometimes we're just going to have to make those choices. So I appreciate the work Stacy's done, Pat's done, everybody's done. And I'm not going to speak for anybody else about their agreement or disagreement with what's here. You'll hear from them. But I do think this represents a reasonable step forward. And there will be lots of time over the next month or so for us to receive additional feedback on this proposal. So Stacy, thanks for the work you did on this. And I know you'll take us through this in some detail and look forward to a productive discussion.
Sure. Thank you, Kirk. So I'm going to share a presentation. It is pretty much addressed in the agenda item, but I wanted to start out with the athletics budget update and ask Pat to speak out about there have been a lot of decisions in the Pac-12, and then also we have to be in compliance with state of Washington and Whitman County COVID-19 protocols. And so just we've summarized the points here, but I think there's actually been information since this happened. So Pat, do you want to make some comments on these items?
Yeah, and Stacy, thank you for all your hard work with you and your team with putting this together, and always good to be with our Regents again. And anything talking about return to play, I'd be remiss if I did not thank our local health officials here in Whitman County, our state officials and Governor Inslee's office, as well as Colleen Kerr and Chris Mulick for all their work to get our student athletes the opportunity to play. I mean, even the week of, there's decisions being made last week prior to our first game to just make sure that we're all on the same page last week with the state of Oregon, and even this week again with a school coming from the state of Oregon. So we have student athletes that want to play right now. We have football as our only active team. We have men's and women's basketball that are gearing up for a November 25th start. Our teams have done phenomenally well. The 3 teams that are in the daily testing protocol, which is a part of the Pac-12 decision to return to play in our day. I think since Halloween, which was a big marker for our football program, we've had zero positive tests relative to COVID-19. So all in all, our teams are really dialed in on wanting to see their seasons go through. The virus is an issue nationally and even in our league. Flexibility continues to be the mode that we're operating out of to manage our season. I know last week alone, I think we had 2 games canceled in our league, and this week there are a couple games that I know that our league is keeping its eye on. But I know as a whole, every game that isn't played does impact our distribution from the conference. I know as a sport, even in talking in our AD meeting yesterday, the football in itself is trying to stay as flexible as possible. I know Kirk sits on the College Football Playoff Board of Managers, so even at the highest levels, the contingency plans have contingency plans, and this thing is so dynamic that it's really kind of living week to week. But we're in a good space. Like we told our team last week, we're taking this thing week to week. Every game is really something to be grateful for, and look at it as a singular opportunity. And we'll worry about next week when we get there. And where we sit today, we're optimistic about everything's all systems go with our football game here on Saturday. And but it is due to a lot of work by a lot of people to get us to this point.
Thank you, Pat. So I want to draw your attention to this summary document. It is in your agenda item, and I want to walk you through this. In June of last summer, seems like forever ago, but the Regents did approve the athletics FY21 budget. Just a reminder, athletics has been steadily reducing their deficit for the last couple of years, and pre-COVID, based on the budget, they would have had a $5 million deficit this year, a $3.2 million deficit in fiscal year 22 next year, and then be at break-even status. So kudos to Pat and his staff for really making that work. And so, in fact, even last year, fiscal year 20, they actually came in with a lower deficit, and we discussed that at our last meeting. But when you look at this document, we have updated their budget every single month. And really based on announcements from Pac-12 as well as, what the, games that we are able to play based on the COVID. So in August, the update we gave you was fairly grim because at that time they were saying that there would be no games, no football games, and looking at the other sports. Then in September, in kind of reaction to what had happened the month before, athletics did implement additional budget cuts, and that was the September update in which the deficit was slightly lower. And then when Pac-12 did announce that there would be a shortened season for football, and then proceed with men's and women's basketball with no fans, we did update the budget again, which shows for the current fiscal year about a $22 million deficit. And this column here is just the difference between October and September, so you can see what happened. And then the Pac-12 forecast with the games occurring did improve their forecast. That Pac-12 media revenue of 38 million is over half of athletics budget. So it's pretty important. But as Pat indicated, we'll probably anticipate another update depending on what happens in the next few months and if additional games are canceled, because if those games are canceled, then the media revenue does decline, as Pat indicated. Meanwhile, they continue to work on the expense side. So needless to say, a lot of work has been done on the budget and just kind of trying to anticipate what's going to happen next. So it's been a challenge. When the Regents asked that we develop a longer term plan, I do want to say that this is a future action item. To be honest with you, it was difficult, to go through kind of what some of our options are. And so we thought that it would be wise to give you a proposal, but understand that we're going to have additional information come forward, and we will continue to look at what some of our options would be. And in that, it was to address, first of all, the fiscal impacts of COVID in the current year. And you just saw that we have kind of a changing situation, which we have tried to adjust to, and a longer term plan to eliminate deficit spending in athletics, again, which was, we were on track until this year. And then to look at that longer term accumulated deficit, because when you have a deficit like that, we have had to rely on other balances at the university in the auxiliary enterprises to help shore up that deficit. And so over the longer term, it's going to be important that we are able to pay that off. And also because some of those auxiliaries have been challenged, with housing, dining, without having very many students on campus, our parking revenues, all of that has been down. So these were kind of unplanned, but it does show the need for us to, over the long term, make sure that athletics is reliant on their own. I put these assumptions in here, and maybe the right assumptions isn't the right word, but I guess what it really shows is this is going to be tough fiscally for us to come out of this, and it's going to require long-term commitments. And while this has been a discussion at WSU, certainly since I've come, and I think many years before, it's this commitment to intercollegiate athletics and being in the Pac-12 that really is part of this proposal, because it assumes that we do stay within the Pac-12 and that we will be looking to a longer term solution. And because of the fiscal impact, that we are committed to finding that solution over the long term. So I'm not saying that this is the decision that has been made, but it is the premise for the proposal that we put forward. And that is that we support the affiliation with a top-level intercollegiate athletics conference and program as a key and strategic means of increasing institutional visibility on a national scale to the benefit of all WSU students, faculty, staff, and communities. And then the second has just, we've determined it's an essential element of our residential campus experience, and understand that the university's support of intercollegiate athletics is an investment in that experience and is key in attracting and retaining students. And then the third is the financial viability without Pac-12. And I'll explain that more as we move down the document. It's this context and framework that kind of drives this plan that we've put forward. We do know that these steps require difficult decisions and disciplined financial management. And as I indicated earlier, since I've been here, this has definitely been a topic of discussion. And, we've certainly worked with the athletic staff to, to address these. So the first is to address the projected loss. I said 22 to 30 million because those have been the numbers in the last few months for the net revenue loss for FY21. Obviously, not just the Pac-12, but many other, particularly public institutions, are going through this same discussion about what to do. The urban institutions who rely pretty heavily on ticket sale revenues, of course, are hit pretty hard. So many of the institutions are talking about losses this year in the magnitude of ours, which is 30 million, upwards of 60 million because of this situation. So the Pac-12 has been working on a financing vehicle in which they would do the borrowing and then the institutions could potentially access that money. But those details are still being worked out. Hence, another reason for this being a future action item is literally we were having discussions right up until this agenda item was due. And so many of the institutions are interested in this, and what's being discussed is what would the terms be. Some financial institutions have expressed interest in providing this, but obviously what are the terms, what are the interest rates? The way it's repaid is a reduction in the media revenue distribution. So we won't actually write a check to Pac-12 for this, but it would come through in reduced annual media revenues. And I put an estimated 2 to 3 million, and that's just extrapolating a 20 years on 30 million very roughly. So that amount would adjust. Some of the discussions we're having is, would we do it in quote tranches? Like if we thought, well, we only need 20 million right now to get through the year. And then as more about the next fiscal year and competition seasons become known, would there be the ability? But it's debt and it has to be repaid. And so this would be the first impact on the athletics budget, is that if we were to access this and take care of the current year deficit, then what we would have to budget for in those future years, I don't know if it would be fiscal year 22 or 23, just like other financings, they're talking about maybe it would only be interest only initially before we'd start paying back the debt. That remains to be determined. But the point is it would impact the revenues that athletics receives. So this is something that we're looking at. What is the backup plan if this doesn't come through? It would be to go back and look at our own ability to borrow to take care of the current year. The agenda item I gave you earlier indicates that we've been pretty judicious. We don't really want to borrow for operating, so we've only taken advantage of savings that we would get within those terms of not extending our debt and not increasing our annual payments. So this is one that's yet to be determined. Pac-12 indicates that they should have the details early in 2021. And so I'd expect that what we bring back to you, probably at the March meeting, earlier if we can, whatever the plan is that we bring back will include greater certainty around that type of a borrowing vehicle and how it would be utilized for the current year deficits. Any comments or questions on that?
So Stacy, one, as we open this up, because I would like to hear from our board on this. A couple things. One, I just would like to say thank you to Pat. You've been a good partner in this, Pat, and trying to kind of keep finding ways to keep the program as healthy as possible while we try to figure this out. Stacy, you've done a good job too of looking under each little nook and cranny here of what our options are. And I even appreciate Mary Jo's involvement too, just from understanding students and fees and all of those. It's a collective effort here, that is for sure. And just as a follow-up to the board, we had myself and Kirk and Pat and Stacy and I think Brett and Colleen, there was a group of us, it seems like forever ago, that were able to have a very productive call with Senator Billig. And I think, and I know Brett will be presenting the proposal to Senator Billig at some point based on what the Regents want to do here. But I did want to kind of just circle back on all of that, it was productive. I think, Kirk, we made good progress with Andy. I think we set some good boundaries with Andy, quite frankly, as well as kind of set some clear expectations as to what the chair of our board was going to do, which will be Brett in his communication directly with Andy. So I'm giving you guys kind of all of that perspective. I would like to hear your kind of reaction to what I'm kind of referring to it as a bit of a three-pronged approach of obviously the Pac-12 opportunity, Pat looking at how to make sustainable adjustments to the budget and not kind of refilling the bucket to its, based on the cuts he's had to make. And then the university itself, perhaps putting some direct skin back in the game as it pertains to the athletic side of things. So open that up to the board here and feedback, reactions that you all might have, questions.
Hey, Marty, can I just add one thing to recap? I know we have a new region on here, but and Regent Ramos will be face-to-face sooner than later, hopefully. But our entire, we began our cost containment measures immediately when the pandemic hit. That's how seriously we're taking our budget. Our entire staff has made sacrifices. We've eliminated positions. We've frozen the rehiring of positions. We have 4 weeks of furlough for every non-contract employee. We have voluntary and mandated salary reduction of 10%. All of our coaches have foregone their bonuses. Nick Rolovich, Kyle Smith, Cami Etheridge have all voluntarily taken bigger than a 10% reduction. So this is a unified. When Marty says team, that includes everyone within athletics. And we've made promises to our student athletes that we will provide to them a transformational experience. We've made some tough decisions here, but I can tell you on behalf of our coaches and staff, there is an unwavering belief in our student athletes in Washington State and where we're headed in the future. But it is going to take us to think differently and collectively to try to find solutions together.
Thank you, Pat. Other comments, feedback from the board here?
I guess I'd like a little more color from Stacy on sort of, you mentioned, I think along the way that it was hard to get here and that there are still some unknowns. Can you talk a little bit more about how you ended up here and I know there may be some further revisions, but what were the balance of considerations and maybe what were the ends of the bell curve that you threw out as you were coming to this?
Well, so first, the focus is on what we could do in the current year. And I think that it's probably not a surprise. Oops, I'm sorry. It's probably not a surprise that the current year is challenging. It was such a tremendous impact so quickly that we were trying to figure out, what could we do for the current year, particularly since, university-wide, this is just a pretty, a pretty big deal. So it wasn't just focusing on athletics, but it was on what was going on. Like I said, particularly in those auxiliary revenues. If you were on the Regents last year, you know that we go through a closing process in which we balance out the accumulated deficit against other balances that we have. And with those balances being challenged, this really did create a current year challenge. On the item number 2, balance the annual athletics budget starting in FY22 by making permanent 1 to 2 million of the 7.9 million. So they made 7.9 million of reductions in FY21, which working with Pat, it was, as he just described to you, it was very difficult to do. And, you know, the concern is the sustainability of, you know, you might ask, well, why wouldn't you just continue with the 7.9? You know, there's just a lot of fixed costs that we have within that budget, and we need some time to work through those to see, you know, what other kind of adjustments. So when I put in 1 to 2 million, it's with the idea that as we recover, maybe more can be done, but we've got to make sure that some of those reductions, because of the situation that we're in, remain permanent. So lots of discussion around that dollar amount. Because remember, that is on top of the loss of 2 to 3 million in revenues. So at this point, that's a net impact to their budget of if you were using these numbers of 3 million to 5 million, which would be permanent reductions. Then the third, an annual commitment of 2 to 3 million starting in FY22 to provide institutional support. So whether it's FY22 or later, it's an indication that when we're in a recovery mode, in the past, WSU did provide some subsidy, and actually, I think in 2012 up to about 8.4 million based on information from the budget office. And that didn't come in the form of the university gave cash to athletics, but they did things like they paid the Pac-12 dues, they paid some employee benefit costs, they funded the student academic advising, some custodial costs and these types of things. So, you know, those were things that had been done in the past. And I will tell you also, that's pretty typical. If we don't have updated information from all of the Pac-12s, but the subsidy ranges from on the very low end, which is where WSU and University of Washington, frankly, are right now, to I think Arizona State, it was, you know, it's 9 million or so. So it just depends. The other thing is, many of those schools and in other states, there's a mandatory student fee that is charged to support intercollegiate athletics. And that does come under that heading of institutional support, not in the state of Washington. WSU students do allocate some SNA fees or allocate SNA fees to athletics, but they have them on a steady plan to, as I think, as I've heard it in the meetings, to kind of wean themselves from that amount. So this isn't a, it's not promoting or anything of using those subsidies. It's just saying that there's a difference in how different institutions handle, you know, what they contribute to intercollegiate athletics. So the basis for this point number 3 was to say, okay, well, if the university went back to doing some of that, what might that look like? I can't remember the exact amount of Pac-12 dues, Pat, but isn't it in the $3 million range right now?
Roughly, yes, that is accurate.
Yeah, and so that's an example, is if the university would pick up paying that dues again. And a reminder, this would, when I put institutional support, that can come from a myriad of funds at the university with the exception of state appropriation. So it would be, maybe in the initial years, we would be cobbling that amount together until our budget was more stable and we could eventually, you know, find a more permanent funding source. So it really was kind of adding that other item that said, well, here's also an option. On point number 4, reset the athletics budget model and develop a sustainable funding model to rebuild by investing new realized revenues in future growth. This was intentional on my part. Part of the reason that we have the difficulty that we do with athletics at Washington State is many commitments were made betting that the revenues would come, i.e. the Pac-12 media revenues were intended to be, I think, much greater at the point in time that the facilities, all of the facility remodels were bonded. And in fact, that hasn't come to fruition. And that's what is impacting and kind of has a long-term impact on this budget, was that those revenues didn't didn't really materialize. And so athletics does have a $10 million a year bond payment on all of the improvements. But to that point, just like we did in this last month, we will continue to look at debt refunding and debt restructuring opportunities to get additional savings and or reduce debt service payments. You know, as we look at what might be available in doing that, then those savings could pass on to athletics for an improvement in the future. But it's just not, we don't have any additional debt that we can refund at this time. So what we will look at that again next year when that might become available. Or is there a way to completely restructure it so that we can lower those payments? And then the other is there is that accumulated deficit again that we've kind of held up with other university balances. So in the future, we really, as we get stability, part of this plan has to be to work to quote, repay that cumulative deficit over time. It may be a long period of time, but for the fiscal health of the university, it would really be best if we could make those efforts, because we've certainly seen this year, you know, that I don't think in any of my worst case budget predictions did I have that there wouldn't be students in our residence halls, or that we wouldn't have, you know, a football season. That wasn't something that we were looking at. So that really is what went into it. Obviously, we're presenting this to you now, and then as we work with the Pac-12 for the future, I hope we come up with other ideas, other ways to look at this. But I thought it would be best to at least forward and say, look, if everybody participates, it's athletics is going to take a big hit on their operating budget if we do this. And then if we did return, so should we choose to go that way to providing some of that funding support, then that might be something that we could do in the future.
So Kirk, as you think through this, do you want the board to weigh in on, are we a member of the Pac-12? And then part two, how do we grapple with that from a budgetary standpoint? Is that the way you want? And I'm just trying to figure out what's the question in front of us. Or maybe that's a question for Marty, but I just want to be sure that we are on record in whatever way we need to be about the issues that you need to reflect back. And the way Stacy had written that preamble, it sounded like the board and the president, you know, have these following assumptions, which we, as she acknowledged, we haven't yet said we do. So is that the first order of business here?
I think some affirmation from the board that the board values are being members of the Pac-12, I think would be a really good positive step to take. And I think, Heather, when you mentioned, for example, what's at the sort of, you know, ends of the curve, you know, one of the ends of the curve is you're not in the Pac-12 anymore, you're in the Mountain West, or you're in one of the other athletic conferences. And, you know, that's one of those things I think we looked at and personally, internally discarded, at least the leadership did. I don't want to speak for anybody else. To me, that's a fundamental tenet of WSU, what it is, and it's important to us. That's my viewpoint. And I think if that becomes a you know, flag in the ground, so to speak, then that drives a lot of the rest of what we decide to do financially, because we say we're not going to discuss that anymore. We're taking that off the table, or so. So Heather, I think the board affirming that, if the board so chooses to do so, would be a really important step.
Yeah, I would say, Heather, thank you for asking the question, Heather. And I think what I would, as the committee chair, what I would ask is actually if anybody has disagreement with the affirmations that Stacy has outlined, would like to hear from you and to be able to speak to that. I know, speaking for myself as a alumni, as a regent, and as a financial contributor to athletics, the option of leaving the Pac-12 is not an option. I don't believe that Washington State University operates and or finds the success that it needs to find holistically without serving in the Pac-12. And I think we make the Pac-12 a better place. But I guess, you know, from the rest of the board, I would like that affirmation and or articulation of that there's concerns around those assumptions that Stacy has shared with all of you.
Can I ask one other clarifying question? I was going back through Kirk's memo and trying to figure this out, and I don't know Pac-12 regs, but can you be in Pac-12 but not have football? Like, can you throw fencing in there and say, okay, we have our 16 sports? No. Okay.
Oh, well, I shouldn't shake my head, as you've said, if you could throw another sport in there, because I know we are one sport away. I think, you know what, Colleen, can you speak? I know Pat can speak to that too, but Colleen, just even speaking from the perspective overall around Pac-12 and our engagement and involvement with that. And then Heather, we'll circle back around specifically to that question.
Sure. Thanks, Regent Dickinson. So Dickinson, I can talk to, we had the conversation with Senator Billig. I mean, I can speak to that. So we have talked about this with him directly, and I don't want to speak for him, but I can give an overview of that conversation. And his vantage point is important here, not necessarily because of just being senator or Senate Majority Leader, but being in Spokane. Because what we have seen in Spokane with Gonzaga, who is not Pac-12, but Gonzaga, as it has had a nationally ranked and nationally prominent basketball team, that has been hugely important for that university and for that community. That's the other piece, is right, the impact on the community. And so the city of Spokane and the region of Spokane and Eastern Washington, you know, really holds that dear. And so we raised this question with him, and we've talked about it a couple of times. And he was unequivocal in saying that he did not want the question of the Pac-12 to be on the table from his perspective, and that he is very supportive of us being in that place. I think the other thing too that has become apparent to me in the course of our COVID-19 conversations with the governor's office, who has been a really strong champion, right? Like getting the Pac-12 open again as a league has been a really big deal. It's a series of negotiations that happen with the governor's office, with the State Department of Health, with our compact partners, Washington, Oregon, California, and then with the Pac-12, is that our governor's office is very supportive of collegiate athletics and has been very committed to identifying how our student athletes are able to participate at the very highest level, which is being in a Power 5 conference, and wanting to find that balance as we navigate the Pac-12. So I have never heard any question about that, and I want to make sure that this board is aware of that.
Thank you, Colleen, for that insight. Pat, can you just speak to Regent Redmond's question?
Yeah, there's two pieces to that. One, to maintain our football bowl subdivision, our FBS status, we do have to sponsor 16 sports. To maintain Pac-12 membership, and I'll have to verify this, but we do have to sponsor, I believe it's football, volleyball, men's basketball, women's basketball, and there may be one other minimum sport that you have to sponsor as well for Pac-12 membership. So that is very clear in the league bylaws.
Great.
So again, looking for open dialogue here, and I, welcome input in regards to if there's a different way of thinking on this. We want kind of all perspectives. I see Lisa, and then I saw Greg. So I'll go Lisa and then Greg.
So I really appreciate the difference in the scenarios that were laid out. I appreciate all of the work to prepare that. It's been really helpful to understand. I know some of the questions at the last Regent meeting were around kind of what we have in terms of levers to help solve some of this issue that we didn't control, some of which has been inherited by some folks that are leading now. Some of this has been the result of a pandemic. So the work is not gone unnoticed, and I really appreciate it. I've been reflecting on kind of the questions that are in front of us, and I certainly appreciated the memos that came out in the last couple of days. I think that perspective is also helpful. it feels to me like one of the things that we're trying to do as a board is support students that are experiencing kind of a whole student experience, which is certainly an emphasis on academics, but it's also an emphasis on various other aspects, mental health support. It's certainly multicultural clubs and opportunities to find ways to belong, whether it be on one campus or in the overall system. I think athletics plays a major part of that whole student education. And I also would say that having gone to a school that did not have football, that there is a culture at WSU that is electric around football. And I think there's been some real strategic decisions that have been made in terms of the leadership relative to not only this sport, but various other sports. And unfortunately, this pandemic hit at a time where there hasn't been enough time to allow these leaders to lead. And I think the way in which they're leading is going to continue to make us a leader within the Pac-12. Even just the win this last week is pretty exciting. So I think what I just want to be able to convey is just a real commitment, not only to the Pac-12, but to the leadership that Pat, you and your team have put in place, the coaches that you have on board, the approach to athletics, men and women's athletics. I just think that it's really difficult to put your hand behind your back and have you do things with less resources when we already are at the bottom of our peer level in terms of some of the compensation that we're providing to our coaches. To ask you to continue to take more cuts is not necessarily what I'd like to do. I also think that we're in a position today where we have to be really considerate of what this year looks like and what we're going to do moving forward in future years. So my commitment is to Pat and the continued leadership, as well as our participation in Pac-12. I like the approach. I don't think it's an either or. Unfortunately, I think it's a both and approach to a lot of the different scenarios, Stacey, that you've outlined. So thank you for all the good work.
Thank you, Lisa. Greg.
Thank you. So just to focus on the Pac-12, because since this issue came up, we've had more comments from our faculty than any other issue that I have been involved with. So one thing is we lack data, right? We make this assumption that we must stay in the Pac-12, and we talk about sort of these bad scenarios where we to leave it, but we don't have any data to support that. So, you know, have there been other peers that have left a conference? What are the impacts on enrollment? Because that seems to be a big concern. We need data in order to either get behind staying in the Pac-12 or talk about it as an option to leave the Pac-12. The other aspect that has come up just around the Pac-12 is CTE, head injury surrounding and long-term disability surrounding this level of contact sport. And I think we all realize it's not just football, but that has been an issue that has come up in Senate discussions this year more than any other year. So those two things, I think, you know, the long-term consequence of football in terms of head injury, and then the data that would make the decision to stay or leave more clear.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that input. Other comments? Thoughts? Ron?
Well, I am a person that firmly believes that we have to stay within the Pac-12. It's interesting. It is the reputation of a university is really, really important, and it spreads more easily when you're in a major conference, especially among students who you're going to recruit, and national reputation. It doesn't mean that you have to win the conference. It is for whatever reasons, and that probably a psychologist could explain them or an anthropologist could, having a team in a major conference actually has a wider spillover effect in regards to people's interest in the universities, who you can recruit into a university. It's interesting when I was back in DC watching people who allocate money have the flags of their universities outside of their doors. And I used to go, whoa, you know, we're supposed to be independent. Everybody said we're independent until Friday because the games were on Saturday. And I used to laugh at that, but I think that's very real. I think that we tend to, I don't want us to look at it narrowly as to, I want us to look at the fact that universities like Washington State University are expected, for whatever reasons, to have major teams and conferences, and it's your chance to get on television. It's your chance to see remarkable athletes celebrated. It is, I think an anthropologist or psychologist one day could explain why this is the key. But I am a fan of the Pac-12 and remaining in the Pac-12. We've had this discussion about being in the Pac-12 or not before, since I've been on the board. And we've always gotten to the benefits of staying in the Pac-12. Recruitment of students, reputation, it drives money. It gives you a chance to have a larger audience than we would have if we were in a smaller conference. So I have, you know, I'm not, I want to stay in the Pac-12. I really do. I think it's the return on investment is incredibly substantial. It's far beyond money. It's, you know, I was thinking about my daughter-in-law and my son who are Cougs. Now my wife's a Husky. I would not want her to be able to taunt them. But it's not just my family. That exists everywhere. And I think Washington University should find a way to remain in the Pac-12 and be competitive and to allow people to be proud of the Cougar flag. I'm not giving, that's just me. I wish I could be an intellectual. I wish I could be a psychologist and tell people why. I wish I could. Mine is just a gut reaction. I don't want us to make the mistake of leaving the conference.
Thank you, Ron. Enrique, and then I'll go to Laura. So Enrique.
Yeah, you know, what Ron said. I pretty much agree with everything about that. You know, to some degree, I do have some mixed feelings because I do have some concerns about, you know, football and the impact there on people and particularly physically and things like that. And also, you know, I understand what others think about, well, we may put too much emphasis on athletics. But I think in this day and age, you know, athletics and where you're standing in this country and for a university, it's critical. I mean, it was mentioned earlier about Gonzaga and how, you know, Gonzaga is known not only as a good school, but it has one heck of a basketball program that where they recruit from around the world. So I'm sure that that's helping that university, just like it has Washington State University. We were talking earlier about the other programs that we are working in other parts of the world. So I think it's really critical that we remain in the Pac-12. You know, I have, of course, all of my cousins that are Huskies that are, you know, they have their problems there, but I wouldn't want to see us go to a smaller conference or step down. I think that would hurt us a lot. So I would say we really need to remain in the Pac-12. I also want to say that, you know, Pat, I think the work that you're doing to try to keep costs down and just cuts. I know that has to be tough for the athletic department, but what you and Stacy are doing to try to deal with all of this, I commend you for your work. And by the way, we have a pretty young, good young quarterback coming up here. So I think it's well worth our staying in the Pac-12.
Thank you, Enrique. Laura, you're muted. There you go.
Okay, I want to take a slightly different spin on this, but before I do that, I want to just say, you know, how much I agree with what's been said about the alignment of athletics with a university. I'm a University of Maryland grad, which was at the time when I went through was AAC, now Big Ten. And, you know, a lot, even though I learned a lot there and got my undergrad and grad school there, I really align with the Terps as athletic teams. And so just as I align a lot with Washington State University and enjoy the sports. But what I really want to point out that's actually done very well in the Big Ten is that it goes beyond sports. And there is a real thrust, I think, amongst the major conferences, at least, of aligning athletics and other opportunities for students beyond the sports activities. Some of this is currently going on in the Pac-12, where academics are, some academic officers get together and other activities. I'd love to see that grow in the Pac-12. So there's a bit of a different dimension that, in addition to the sports that we all love, that can basically uplift all the institutions who are within a conference. And I just think that's something to keep in mind as we have these discussions. There's more value added.
Thank you, Laura. Other feedback? Not to put you on the spot there, but I'd love to hear from your perspective, John, as well as Jeanette. I know it's your first meeting, but boy, you got right into the thick of it
Right.
on easy topics. It's just no big deal. But I'd love to hear from John.
Sure. Personally, I think it's a one-way door decision. And I personally don't like making one-way door decisions. I was trying to look up to see it. I don't know, how long has the WSU been in the Pac-12? Does anyone know that for sure?
Pat, do you happen to know that? I think it's.
Give me a second, I can look it up.
Okay, that's a good question, John.
I was in the process of looking it up, Marty, when you called upon me, but I think from a reputational perspective, I think it would be extremely damaging to WSU for all the reasons that others have stated. Recruitment, students, and I think we would have an issue with our students and how they would feel. I think they would take it in a very hard way. So I understand everything all the challenges, and I would love to see if we could find other ways to increase revenue, and we will get behind this COVID situation. And I know it's been injurious on so many fronts, but I just think it would be a one-way door decision that we would regret. And I personally could not get behind that.
Thank you, John. Arlie, I see you. So I'm going to have Jeanette go, and then I'll come to you, okay? And then I'd like to just wrap up here with Chair Blankenship's kind of thoughts and comments on it. So Jeanette.
Yeah, thanks. And, I appreciate the context of everyone's input so far. I especially appreciate, Mr. Crouch there and your concerns from the Senate. I guess a couple things. Football is a unifying element in the system. And the Washington State University is, a system statewide. And I just think that it's an important element for the health and well-being of our students as well as academics. I also think that there's an opportunity. I think about risks and opportunities, and CTE, while it may be a risk, there may be an opportunity to be innovative in terms of engineering solutions. And I know that is part of the research community already here looking at solutions for protective wear. So I just, that might be a tangent, but it's part of the solution set. And I do think this is a reputational issue as well as a cultural issue. And personally, I would advocate for ongoing partnership in the Pac-12. It's part of the health and well-being of the whole system. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeanette. We appreciate your input. Arlie.
Okay, I just want to mention
I feel like the main reason we're questioning the Pac-12 is because of the financial implication it brings to WSU. Like, I think for a while we've been playing from behind, right, so to speak, in terms of the deficit. And I want to commend Stacy and Pat on like all their great work to theoretically bring us back to where we could be in a positive. Unfortunately, we were robbed of that opportunity because of COVID, and we couldn't see what it would be like going forward. I'm very interested to see what WSU athletics would look like if we could be very self-sustaining in the ideas that we've mentioned. I would like more detail to see what it would take to fund that. Where are we going to go in terms of the extra money that we make? Like, how do we invest it? Whether it be ways to keep our athletes safer, invest into them so they can, I guess, diverge into other opportunities outside of sports in terms of their academics, because their education is also a big part of why they go to WSU. To echo Regent Sims' comments earlier, I think it is really important. I did hear about WSU because they are in the Pac-12 because of the sports, and I think it's one of the easiest ways to be proud of, because of course, I feel like there are two ways students hear about schools, either because their sports program is really good or because the academics are really excelling in the programs that they like to that they want to study in. So I think that goes back to us wanting to be a top 25 research university. So I feel like having both aspects would really draw in students and high quality people to WSU, not just students, but also faculty as well, wanting to teach at WSU. So I think it'd be really important if we could, I maybe just stick with it and hopefully see if we can get our athletics to continue moving forward into the, I guess, progressing forward, as opposed to just thinking like, what would it be like if we can just hold pat maybe a little bit longer, as opposed to trying to make a decision too soon. Also, it's just one of the easiest ways to be very proud of your university, because you can physically say, oh, we beat you guys in this, as opposed to saying like, oh, you know, I think in 25, like maybe in 5 years, we're projected to bring in more research or do this. Like, of course, that is something very to be proud of, because a lot of students are proud of that, to say that like, oh, we're very good at, like, for me, the pharmacy program I thought was really good in terms of how we do an open door policy with all of our faculty, and that I can reach out to any of my professors and they don't hesitate to reach out to me and help me learn extra when I'm struggling with something. Like, I took that into account of wanting to choose WSU. So I think that's the other aspect of the front to drawing students to us. So hopefully the rest of the board can agree that we should, I think, just stick with it, stay in the Pac-12, and hopefully if we can get our athletics, I guess, standing on its own 2 feet, I think it'd be great to see what we can do moving forward.
Thank you, Arlie. We are really glad that you're on this board here with us. You're going to be really great for us this year. So thank you. I'm going to give Greg and again, Greg, we are so appreciative of your the perspective and also the help you're bringing to us on a whole global WSU viewpoint. So I'll have you comments, and then I'm going to move to Brett to just kind of wrap this up. So Greg.
I'll keep it really short.
You're just fine.
I don't think the faculty aren't pro or against, right? I mean, I think from reading the comments, what we need is not anecdote. I think we need evidence, right? We need to know what the impact would be were we to leave the Pac-12. That's all I'm asking is, what's the data show? And then from that point, I think people can make more informed decisions. And if it would have devastating effects on us, or there are lots of other reasons to stay in the Pac-12, then that would give everybody a strong reason to get behind it. That's, I guess, the point.
Point well made, Greg. Thank you. You're heard, and we appreciate that, Greg. And I think, Brett, as I turn it to you, I mean, I think we have an overwhelming sense of, okay, we know that this is a place we want to keep fighting for, and that we as a board are committed to continuing to hold the line here, supporting Pat and supporting our university and our athletes. And perhaps there is a simultaneous thing we could be doing here, Stacy and Pat. And I would even say to Lisa, because I think we're missing a massive element here, which is called the Alumni Association, which drives a whole lot of funding in our school. And I think we need to understand just even, getting their input. But simultaneously, I don't think that during a pandemic, it's never a good time to make any kind of one one way or one door decisions, as John so eloquently put. As Arlie so eloquently put, like, let's just keep trying to kind of look at all our options, and let's buy ourselves some time here as we keep looking to how and what we're going to be able to do, because quite frankly, the picture's gotten better, a little better each time we've talked about it. And I think we've got some hope as we look to what the first of the year might bring for our country. And I really do think, Greg, you bring up a point, and perhaps we come at it from a different angle, which would be, I would like to kind of see the data to make a very firm kind of collective decision that shows everybody to say it's off the table, period. But here's why. I mean, here's the data that shows why that's just not the right path for us to take, versus it feeling very emotionally driven or emotionally based, which is largely, there's a lot of that for sure. But I believe that you can get, the data is there that will demonstrate why the decision to stay, and as a Board of Regents, we're going to fight hard alongside of Pat, Stacy, and Kirk to find a way to make this work. So Brett, Greg, go ahead.
Regent Dickinson, may I ask, is this the end of the conversation on the future action item? Or was this just the topic on the Pac-12?
So let me go to Brett, and I'll come back to you, Greg. Great question. Thank you for bringing that, circling us back. Brett.
Sure. I don't have a lot to add than what I've perceived as the consensus position to more or less plant the flag as a Pac-12 school. I think my conversations with various state senators and the governor's office, having both research institutions of the state in the Pac-12 in a Power 5 conference is good for the state. It's not just good for WSU, it's good for the region. If you compare decisions that might not have gone so well, we don't have to look too far away. We just look 8.5 miles over to Moscow, where the University of Idaho has changed affiliations 3 or 4 times in recent memory, and the lack of identity or direction in the athletics and the university, it can be a painful experience. So I'm comfortable with the direction of staying in the Pac-12. Vice President Pearson has a long experience in the Mountain West and is fully aware of those numbers. And she's telling us Pac-12 is probably the way to go here. And we've also talked on potential financial instruments. I don't see the Mountain West offering a good financial package to loan back to their members. I think one of the best ways forward is to use some of the tools that may come to fruition. And I'd agree with Dr. Crouch that to have the data in front of us would be very helpful. And I think it's there, but it'd be nice to be presented, and I think the faculty would be quite receptive to that. But if we need a firm position, I'm willing to make that motion that as we continue this proposal, that we focus on retaining Pac-12 membership. So that would be my comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brett. So I guess, Kirk, your thoughts kind of as to what you've heard here, and perhaps Kirk and Stacy, if you could give some direction on kind of where we go from here, based on even kind of what Greg is asking at this point.
I think what I'm going to propose is we'll put together some of the data and information. I was just texting back and forth with Pat. The only school we can even think of that has left a major conference in the last 100 years is the University of Chicago, which left the Big Ten. And that was like maybe in the 30s. So there may not be data on a school making that choice and what they did. But what I would propose is we can show the conferences, kind of the budgets, the amount you get from the conference, and have some sense of a Mountain West average, the Pac-12 average and stuff, so that people can look and say, if we decided to de-emphasize or move in this direction, here's what the financial impacts of that would be from an athletic point of view. So that data is available. We can summarize it in a fashion that I think would be helpful to all the groups that are looking at it. So I think as questions come up, we're more than happy to make sure we have that information and can present it to the regions.
Thank you.
Hey, Kirk, Marty's the marketing genius, but I think there's a lot of other ways to look at this. I mean, you can look at impressions that you get, you know, as a result of the sporting events that we have. I mean, there's a ton of free marketing, well, not free marketing, but there's a ton of marketing benefit that we're getting as being part of the Pac-12. So I would encourage you to kind of think about the other pieces of data that you can get. I don't think there's an A/B test here for being in or being out, but looking at all of the benefits that you get and presenting us with those would be good. I definitely don't want to make a decision to go out of the Pac-12 during COVID, but I think we owe it to the faculty to give them the best data we can for why we know intuitively that it makes sense to stay in for the long haul, in addition to obviously the plan to get us on a better fiscal footing.
Heather,
Thank you, Heather.
if I may add, Heather, to your point, we're in the midst of a pandemic and we're the national TV game on Fox this Saturday. The last Fox primetime game with two Big 12 schools, which was 2 weekends ago, had over 2.2 million viewers. Last week in the national game with two ACC schools, obviously one versus two top 5 teams, had over 10 million viewers. So in the midst of a pandemic, we'll have millions of eyeballs on Pullman, Washington this coming Saturday. And then John, to answer your question earlier, what is then was formed as the Pacific Coast Conference, formed in 1916. We joined in 1917. So it's over 100 years we've been in the Pac-12, what is now the Pac-12 Conference.
I would also say another major factor that we need to probably think about is we have a responsibility to the community we serve, which is Pullman, Washington, and the impact of no football season this year would be interesting to see what the trickle economic impact has been to Pullman. And you know, you remove athletics at that level and that caliber, the ripple impact would be an interesting one to understand for our community and for the health of our community there too. So all things that I think we can look at. The one last one I would be interested to know is how many alumni give to both athletics and then perhaps to a college of their choosing within the university. And I'd just be interested to see what the impact would be on giving to both academics and athletics if one was to be altered. Because I kind of liken it to if our school of business decided, well, we're maybe not going to do an MBA program, and we need to get what's the reaction to that, right? So it's things like that I think we can really do the right thing for both our faculty and, quite frankly, for all of us to have awareness and understanding on a full perspective. So, Dr. Crouch, thank you. Thank you very much. Great perspective, great questions. And thank you very much for the conversation. I really felt like this was something we needed to hear from everybody on just as we move forward. So I really appreciate it. And thanks for the patience in going through this. Stacey, I'm going to turn it back to you to circle back as to what are the next steps here around it being a future action item and where are we at in the process?
Well, thank you, Regent Dickinson. This conversation helps me because I hear commitment to Pac-12. So the next step is to continue to work with Pac-12 on saying, hey, we're supportive of this loan vehicle, making sure that we can in fact participate in that, and then to further look at the budget. I, as much as anybody, would prefer that whatever we move forward on, it has as minimal impact on the university financially as possible, because as you know, we're just coming out of fiscal recovery. We were just ready, prior to COVID, to start making some important investments. And obviously that's where I would rather be. But I think with the direction of this conversation, I'll get back to work on what those options might be. I'm actually in quite a bit of contact with University of Washington around this matter also. So, you know, we've had a lot of discussions. One thing I will say about data, because it's definitely coming up with the fiscal data about the contributions and all of that. I know at the institution I was at before and others have tried to measure the athletic conference and enrollment, how those are tied together. You know, some institutions have done studies on that in terms of how much does that mean in students' decisions to come to institutions. The other is the affiliation with a conference as a research university. So in addition to some of those pieces of data that we've already talked about, there's some others that have kind of floated around as, you know, how important is this, you know, from those aspects. So we will do our best to put that data together. And I think a lot of the conversation here, we understand that COVID is, we're hoping, a temporary thing. And so I think I'm going to be approaching this from how do we get through this? And then as we get through it, what are those longer term options that can help us for greater fiscal stability in the future? So that's what I will bring back to you. I don't think you will see it look exactly the same as what I've presented, but we'll certainly do the work that we need to do to try to improve it.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. I believe we need to move to our actual action item that we have today. So
I think, Marty, I think Greg's got another comment.
Greg might have it.
Yeah. Sorry, Greg.
Thank you. I just wanted to move past the Pac-12. So of all the comments that we received from faculty, and this has to do, I think, with it was point 4 that Stacy presented on the $2 to $3 million support of athletics. Of the 74 comments and 48 emails that we've received, only 2 are in favor of that. And so the issue then again is that we were told, you know, again and again that the general fund would not be used to support athletics. And so that's where a lot of the discomfort is coming from, is that bullet item and how it was released in the media in advance with no faculty feedback, nothing. We saw it on the news. So those are the 2 things that I feel compelled to bring up as well, outside of just our membership in the Pac-12.
Thank you. Thank you for putting that on the record there, Dr. Crouch. We appreciate that. Okay, Stacy will move, or okay, Kirk.
Just quickly, we're gonna, I mentioned, I just want the Regents to know we're visiting with the Faculty Senate, Greg, I think on the 12th of December, something like that. Stacy and I will be there to go over this in some detail. And I know we will have a variety of fairly pointed questions. And I think we'll try and be as prepared as we can for that. We've now had 2 instances though, this and the spring break issue, where the way we release stuff has caused some internal angst. And so when we put on the Faculty Senate agenda appropriately, the students got upset because they kind of read about it in the newspaper. This was another time where we put it on the Regents agenda, the media picked it up, and that's how people found out. So Elizabeth and I have talked in general about working with Faculty Senate, the student leadership, everybody, about a communications protocol on these things when they go out, to try and make sure that people are aware of them and we have scheduled times we're going to talk about it, because this is, Greg's point is a good one. Anybody reading about it in the newspaper on something controversial goes, how come we didn't know about it before? So that's a very valid point, and we've got to change the way we do some things internally, not just with this one, but with other subsequent controversial items that are going to generate some discussion amongst campus governance groups. So we've got some work to do on that.
Well, and then don't forget, you got the board here that wants to know first too. So you got 3 audience that want to be the first to know, and you're running a public university. So that should be easy, Kirk. Okay, Stacy. Oh, yes, Brett.
To that point though, I just wanted to add to perhaps turn down some of the temperature between the administration and the faculty. Kirk and his team were responding to our request when we were looking at this broad financial picture that we have enjoyed over the last decade or so, being able to say there's a firewall between athletics and the rest of the university. Whether any other university is operating that way, hardly anyone is. So we had to raise the question, maybe we've made athletics a no-win situation. And if athletics is important to student life on campus and we agree to that, maybe there's a certain amount that we need to backfill to make it sustainable. And this was the proposal that came out of that. Had we been meeting in person like a normal society, instead of me looking at a screen that looks like the Brady Bunch, we may have picked up those vibes. So I apologize if people felt sandbagged by the proposal. It didn't surprise me that it came out this way, and we're examining it and look forward to more feedback. So if that helps the discussion, please accept that.
Great. Okay, we're gonna wrap this one up because we still have a few more things to do here. And we are a little bit behind schedule, and I can feel Des like looking at me, but I don't see her, but I feel it. So Stacy, it's 2:30 and we have should be wrapping up right now. So let's just move through as efficiently as we can at this time.
I'll take it actually, Stacy, to help a little bit. So I'm going to give a little bit of context for the Regents who haven't gone through our student fees process. Regent Dickinson, this will help explain some of the 3 action items that are before us. WSU has a long history of asking students to make decisions about fees that students want to impose upon themselves. Those of us who are alums can probably recall when we had to vote for student fees. And those fees start through a referendum process that has to go through the ASWSU leadership on that campus. It typically requires a resolution by the ASWSU Senate on each of those campuses. Students that must then vote, and then that must pass by a majority. There are 2 types of fees. One is a general services and activities fees that supports a wide variety of programs. It's everything from transit to student involvement, which is our student leadership programs, the Women's Center, Children's Center. The process is driven by RCW. Its committee structure, as well as its student leadership, is codified in that structure. SNA can be used for a wide variety of areas, with the one exception that it cannot be used to support the academic enterprise. We've adopted a very similar philosophy as an institution with the second type of fee as well, and that is called mandatory fees. And these are dedicated fees for specific purposes. It could be facility debt payment or targeted efforts and programs. Most recently, for example, on the Pullman campus, there was a $5 fee to support student media, which is also known as the Daily Evergreen. On the Tri-Cities campus, it was the campus safety and transportation fee. And again, it supports buildings like the Student Recreation Center, Chinook, or the Student Union on the Tri-Cities campus. We also have mandatory fees like the technology fee, which supports projects and activities to advance students' needs. And those happen, for example, only on the Vancouver and the Pullman campuses. So when the university announced the move to remote learning last summer, we all received numerous requests, and I believe you also heard some of those as well, to reconsider our authorized fees for fall semester 2020. In response to the request, we as a university charged the SNA fee committees on each campuses, as well as respective advisory boards or committees, of which students are actively involved, often lead, and are the majority of the membership. They were asked to convene and review those previously approved fees and get back to us with their recommendations. These committees and boards met over the past 2 months to review those fees and to review the programs and activities that they were funding. Across the system, it was somewhere near 250 students that were involved in those discussions. And I will have to say that in my 20 years of experience working with student fees, the conversations that we had on the Pullman campuses were weighty. And the number that we came up with, for example, example, was in revising that fee, we would have to allocate $400,000 less. And that really impacted programs, but the students were also very thoughtful in what that would look like for their student population and who they're representing. So after they completed their reviews, there were some that chose not to do anything with this fall fee and will be engaging in that process for the spring. All of those are outlined in the 3 action items. The recommendations are in your packet. It goes through a process of where the chancellor sends those to the president. The president then sends it on to you as the Board of Regents. Most campuses opted not to do anything with the S&A fee versus Pullman and Tri-Cities, which took a revision of those collection of those fees for students. So what you have in front of you are 3 action items. The first one is the S&A academic year 2021 revised fee. It is not a reduced fee. We were very cautious about that language. If we had reduced the fee, it would have meant that there would have been limits as to what those campuses could be done. So we are not collecting those fees. The second action item is the revised allocations due to the non-collection of those fees. So in reducing those budgets, each of those committees had to set back for us an allocation reduction so that we did not overspend our S&A fee budgets. The third action item were all of the one-time revisions to certain mandatory fees for students, and it ranged everywhere from, on the Pullman campus, for example, for the student health fee, not to collect 40% of the approved fee. The Student Recreation Center, as well as the Chinook, also approved, for example, a reduction in their fee collection. And so you have all of those documents in front of you. If you have any questions, would be more than willing to entertain those now.
Questions for Mary Jo? Okay, we'll go ahead and Mary Jo, thank you very much. Again, we are appreciative of the diligence you have right now and trying to just navigate all of these moving pieces with your students across all our campuses and everyone that is on your team too. I know that there's lots of people that are working hard on that. So thank you, Mary Jo. Stacy, it's back to you.
Let's see I'm trying to figure out where we are on the agenda now after the fees.
Is that the end of the committee agenda?
I think it's the end unless there's further discussion on the fees.
Hey, well, nice work, Stacy and Mary Jo, for bringing it home. Des, do I get something for at least trying to get us within the window here?
Yes, I move we double the vice chair's salary.
Great.
So that's the end of the committee agenda. Thank you, Regent Dickinson. We'll take a 15-minute break, 15 minutes. Be back about 10 till 3, and then we will take up the work of the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee. So thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The WSU Board of Regents meeting will continue. And in a committee of the whole, we will meet as the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee. The committee is chaired by Laura Powell. Regent Powell.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. And we have a full agenda. We're going to start out with our information items. And the first one is on the WSU Foundation Endowment Update. So for that, we welcome Lisa Calvert and Jean Boylan.
Thank you, Regent Powell. We appreciate the opportunity to provide an update and share some good news. So before we present the report today, what we'd like to do is acknowledge a few things, strengthening partnership between the Regents and the Board of Directors. So as you know, our goal is to work with you to increase the philanthropic support to the institution, especially during these challenging times, as well as to help reach our full potential as an institution. So I would first like to acknowledge the great news. Thank you, Regent Heather Redmond, for accepting the appointment to serve on the Investment Committee, as well as past Regents Scott Carson. So we look forward to that partnership and are excited about that. Second, I'd like to thank the Regents for your collective wisdom of assigning Bill Ward as your past Regent representative for the Investment Committee. Based on his great work and the partnership with Bill Ward, he is now on the Board of Directors as a brand new director. So we thank you for that good wisdom that you provided us. We're also looking at building on to the relationship with the Regents and the university. We're putting in a new governance structure. We're delighted to share that last October, the trustees unanimously approved a new structure of governance that will allow us to be more nimble and strategic to support the university in producing increased philanthropic support. And part of the great news here is with the leadership of Jean Voiland. We started a conversation with the president and Stacy formally at our directors meeting last October 1st, where we started talking about how we can leverage the balance sheet, the assets of the foundation to help the university, especially through fiscal year 22, which we'll have more updates for you as the months come ahead. This really great partnership with the Regents, with Kirk, with the directors has allowed us to be more nimble, more strategic, and create this new governance structure. So with that, I would like to thank Jean Voiland for his leadership. He is the chair of our investment committee, and Jean has great news. So Jean, I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I will be mercifully short. I only have 4 slides to show you. So Nikki, if you can put the first slide up, we can talk from that. Okay, go to the next one, please. Nikki, yeah, there you go. This is a summary chart. We will be providing these to the foundation and the Board of Regents every quarter. So this is obviously the third quarter. The first chart here is trailing 1-year results. So the beginning market value was 514 million at the end of the third quarter 2019. You can see the green is the contributions that come in. Then the endowment is the what goes out to the distribution, and our policy is 5.5%. 4% goes to the individual fund, and 1.5% goes to the foundation. We will probably have to relook this given the very low interest rate and inflation rate assumptions, because it's hard to see that will continue if we give that 5.5% distribution. It really is not a quote unquote perpetual endowment. So we're going to have to relook that, but we have not relooked it so far because, obviously the university is in need of the funds. The investment gains and losses over the year were 19.5 positive. So we are now at 528.9 million as of the end of third quarter. Nikki, to the next slide, please. This, in a very summarized fashion, tells you what the historical market values are. The bottom, the light on the left, the light chart is what is inflation adjust, or is net cash flow adjusted. The top is the ending balance. So you can see we've added 330 million plus or minus, and that basically comes from the investment gains over the years. You can see 2008, where we had the big hit when the whole market collapsed. And then in March of this year, we had the collapse, but then the recovery. So if you look then at, are we preserving purchasing power, that puts in inflation. And so you can see that we're, the endowment's actually done pretty well in growing the value of it over time. If I had to estimate today what the value would be, I would say, given the market gains of the last month and a half or so, we'd be about 550 million right now. So overall, pretty good performance over time. Now, next chart, please, Nikki. What we do, we have a very balanced portfolio, and I'll show you what our asset allocation is on the next slide. But we track, we have a quarterly meeting where Mercer sits down and we go through with every manager in every category, and we compare them as to how they do versus the benchmarks, and we look at the quality of the managers. If we have to readjust, we also look at new investment opportunities and so on. So it's a very active group, all in all. This chart, the best way to look at this chart to really understand how we're doing is in the market, the second line down, the marketable securities composite. And you can see that's $391 million. That is up over the last 3 months, 6.1%. The benchmark is 5.5. So we're over the benchmark by 0.6. And if you go down, just go down the column, I won't go over everyone. This is a kind of a nice occurrence. I'm glad we're having this meeting now versus March, but we're kind of over all of our, we're beating most of our benchmarks. So that's very good. The reason we can't say this is our total amount is because our liquid real assets, our private real assets, and our private equity at the bottom, they all don't close as of the end of the quarter. They trickle in. So what we do is we just report them as to what they are, and then at the end of the fiscal year, we will true those up. And so I don't think there's much more to say about this other than you get a snapshot of what we look at, and then we go back 10 years and look at it. So with the next one then, Nikki, if you'll do that one. Here's our asset allocation shown a couple different ways. The first one is sort of a big picture traditional way of looking at it, and we have growth assets at 50%, risk reduction assets at 31%, inflation protection assets at 19%. Then if you go to the next chart, then we break those down into like for instance, the growth breaks down into U.S. equity, international equity, and private equity. And then the green is the risk reduction assets, and we have about 20% hedge funds, fixed income's 9%, cash is 2%. And then when you go to inflation protection assets, we go to the real assets and the tips. And we've historically not invested in tips because they haven't made any sense. So if you go to where the actual allocation is in the third pie chart, we're very close. But Mercer and our committee will look at these and determine if we need to be maybe a little bit heavy in one and a little bit light in one. We've got flexibility to do that. So I think Mercer has done us a good job. This is very different than the early 2000s when we basically kicked this off. And I would say we're reasonably sophisticated. We're very fortunate to have some very good members. We've got 4 people who are in the business professionally, and so they help us a lot. My role is sort of to manage or herd the cats, if you will. And then we go ahead and do our thing. We just recently reaffirmed that this is the proper allocation. The market's very heavily driven to the tech companies, and we think that's we've got exposure through the S&P, but we don't think we want to be chasing high tech. So anyway, with that, that's the very short report I have, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for Jean or Lisa? Okay, well, I'm really, Heather, thank you so much for agreeing to serve on that committee. Sounds like a wonderful committee, and you know, we are so fortunate to have so many people involved in overseeing the endowment and finances of the foundation, as well as the great team that is out there basically trying to get more resources so that we can take WSU to even greater heights, especially difficult during this time. So we really appreciate all that you do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, my pleasure.
Thanks, Jean. Thanks, Lisa. I'm looking forward to serving with you guys.
Yeah, we're looking forward to having you too. It's
Yeah.
we've got a meeting coming up December 10th.
Excellent. All right.
Okay, with that, Lisa, if you have nothing else, and everyone, I'm going to sign off.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Bye.
Jean.
Bye.
Okay, I would like to take the chair's prerogative to insert an item in now. Kirk, I believe you wanted to give us an update on some of the things we asked you to do.
Yes, one of the things that we're doing this year that we haven't necessarily always done in the past is some of you as regents will occasionally say, well, we would like to know X or know Y. And we're trying to really document those, write them down, and make sure that we're following back up. So our list from last time, it was innovative approaches to COVID-19 and what types of things we were doing. I sent out a memo to many of you on one of those Friday afternoon times that had a summary of some of those things. It turns out I'm going to send another one in the middle of next month that also has some additional items that we're doing. Some of our COVID-19 long-term plans. We haven't done much work on that. You're going to hear a little bit more about spring semester, but I think people are really concerned about longer term types of things. And we're going to be working on bringing you some thoughts on that in a future meeting. The COVID-19 reports on a weekly basis, I continue to do those on Fridays. I keep them short, have some other things in there, but the idea is that you all can look at it, you can scan it, you can kind of see where we are, hopefully in 30 seconds or less. And if you want more information on anything, you can contact me. Plans for spring, we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. Hiring trends, we are still working on some of those things. Heather asked about those last time. Risk management, we're going to put that into our January retreat. There was a talk about the need for us to do a little bit deeper dive into enterprise risk management. And then last couple things, follow-up discussion with student leaders around, defunding the police and a lot of issues our students are working with. We really think that that is the right thing to do at a retreat. Again, in that January format where we can have some time and not a lot of material, but opportunity for some dialogue. And then S&A talking points or S&A fees and talking points around that. Mary Jo went through a lot of that today. So we're compiling a list as we go through, but I didn't want the board to feel you bring up stuff and somehow nothing happens to it. And if there's things that you all want to see, we want to make sure that we're following up on those in regular communications in between board meetings. And so, Laura, that's all I wanted to say is I went through our list quickly. What we'll probably do in the future is provide it to you in writing, what we have back, and that way we can make sure we're getting the information and things that you all suggest.
Thanks a lot, Kirk. Any questions for Kirk?
I had one, or just maybe a gap, and I don't think I brought this up in the last meeting, but I might have brought it up in some side conversation. I love the COVID updates that we're getting, just because I feel like that really grounds us in reality. But it would also be very useful on, I don't know what sort of timeline, but to get stuff you should know is out there in the ether, that you might not otherwise know if you're not reading, say, the local Pullman paper, or the campus sort of scuttlebutt, and just to have a digest of those things. You don't have to comment on them or explain or anything. It's just like keeping us in the loop so that we know what's out there in the air. Because sometimes, we find out about things, similar to the faculty, we might find out about things from the press as opposed to from you. And sometimes we might not even find them out from the press because we're not paying enough attention. So instead we'd find them out from a third party that would say, well, you saw the article in the Seattle Times or whatever. So just whatever Google alert system you have where you could at least pull the things that are relevant to us, that would be super helpful.
Okay, you'll expect that not in tomorrow's update, but in the next one. So good point, Heather. I'll try and do that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's move back into our agenda. And the next item is an information item on the modernization process. So Stacy.
Great, thank you. Well, Regents, we are coming to the last meeting where we will give you an update before we plan to launch our Workday human resource and finance system in January. We've been talking about this since well before I even arrived at WSU, so it's pretty momentous. You've got a good background in your agenda there under the modernization update, but I'm going to have Matt walk us through some key points. So this is Matt Skinner, Senior Associate Vice President for Finance and Administration, who's helping to lead this project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Stacy. Good afternoon, Regents. Yes, 34 days until we launch Workday. So this is kind of an exciting time for us. A reminder in the project timeline, we began using Workday for human resources and payroll on 12/16, then all other finance functions starting on January 1. So we wanted to take just a moment. This is kind of crazy. We're coming up on 2 years since we launched this initiative. And we knew going in from talking to about 35 other organizations that this would be challenging. And it has proven to be challenging on lots of different levels. I think part of that challenge came that Washington State University hadn't really focused on improving processes for many years. And so we just are surrounded in paper by everything we do. And I think that made it perhaps even more challenging for the project so far. But at the same time, I have to tell you that HR and finance professionals from our colleges, campuses, all of our central offices, the modernization team, it's been fun to watch them come together and really work as a group to tackle issues that perhaps were siloed in the past to try to develop a holistic system to help all of WSU. So that's been fun to watch that work. I won't go through the highlights of what's been done in the last 2 years, but just use this slide instead to say thank you. Thank you to all the folks around the university and on our teams that have made this a reality to get to this point. So what is the project status? Project status for the board today as of November is we are tracking some activities and tasks that are running a little behind schedule. I think that's probably normal and expected for a project of this size at this point. The project leadership team is actively making adjustments to narrow the scope or mitigate any actions that are running behind. The training program is live and running. It's been up for 1 month. We have support and sustainment procedures developed, ready to go, and the project's running within its allocated budget. So the feeling from the executive steering committee and the project leadership is that the project is on track for a scheduled launch date in December and January. So yay, a little hooray, that's fun. So that said, not everything's perfect, right? On a project of this side, we feel like we're on track. There is a number of risks, watch items, and issues that project leadership continues to track and will continue to track after we go live. We've summarized a few of these that might be of interest to the board to share today. I would draw your attention to number one. I think this is the most important one for all of us to understand. In fact, it's highlighted in red, data conversion. Data conversion's massive, millions of records coming into a new system. It's tested out really well so far. We're also very aware, though, we have a number of financial conversions that we'll be performing for the very first time over the next 3 weeks. So really important that we watch that daily over the next 3 weeks to make sure that things progress as they should. And to be honest, on this whole list of 8 things, failure in the data conversion would be the only thing that would probably keep us from launching at the scheduled date. We don't believe that will happen, but that's a risk that we're watching really closely. Some other items on the list I could highlight that aren't quite as intense as that one would be, we are experiencing lower enrollment in our training courses than we'd hoped for. They're filling at way less than 50%. The risk of that is that then departments, when they're trying to operate in Workday, are going to face a much steeper learning curve than they needed to. And that's going to create frustration and slowdowns for departments to get the work done that they need to. So trying to overcome that, sending a lot of messages out to those folks, also contacting each area finance officer to give them a list of individuals that haven't been able to complete training yet. We're also recording those sessions now so we can post them online so people can watch those at their own time and leisure. A couple other things I'd call out here, really happy with testing of payroll, but there are a few employees, less than 100, that would have a significant change to their withholding levels in Workday. We're communicating to those employees directly so they can make the needed changes to avoid any surprises on their upcoming paycheck. We have a number of things in the finance work stream and 2 integrations where we're still working on some important activities. I imagine those will continue to be worked on even after we launch. And finally, in the reporting area, we had 450 custom WSU dashboards, analytics, and reports in scope for the project. All of those are complete except for 60 of the lowest priority that we believe we'll continue to work on after launch, but we don't believe that would get in the way of a successful go live. So then just the last 3 items on this page are what I call just some environmental risks, if you will, or cultural risks across the university. Just that there's a lot of change coming with how people get their information every day, to move from a financial data warehouse to using dashboards and analytics in a modern system to drill into those to get your information. Big change. There's a challenge coming to the launch mid-fiscal year. Finances is hard. We think it will be challenging to monitor budgets and grants for the first 6 months. We'll work to support people as they do that. And then eventually, as departments become more familiar with how Workday functions, helping them normalize their local procedures around those delivered Workday processes. So stepping back from those details, what would you expect if you're a staff or faculty member at WSU that hasn't been real involved in the project? What would you expect to see between now and launch of the new system? I think the biggest thing that group of employees will see is system cutover. This is the process to bring all of our information from our legacy system over into Workday. And to accomplish that, we're communicating 2 things out to the university community. First, shown in yellow and orange, we have what we call a soft freeze, where we're just asking departments, hey, if you have a transaction that really doesn't have to be processed until January, could you just hold it and process it in Workday? And then you'll see in red, we have some hard freeze periods, and those indicate that if the transaction has not been processed by that date, it will not be processed in the legacy system. It will be sat to the side, and then after Workday is live, we'll come back with the department and run that transaction through Workday. This is a really good plan that our consulting firm Deloitte has helped us put together, but it feels really different to all of us. We kind of call it with a smile on our face, a once every 40 years kind of event. Where we would actually tell a department that we're not going to process a transaction. That's unheard of that we would do that, but we are going to have this little outage period in order to help that conversion happen successfully. Now thinking ahead for general community members in the university who, what would they expect after launch of Workday? Here's our slide, and everybody on the board is saying, oh no, do we have to talk about that slide again? We won't, but it's coming. That change is coming. We expect that dip in productivity, employee morale, and efficiency as they learn a new system. And in addition to that, here are some highlights we're communicating of what to expect as we go live. That stabilization phase is real and planned for. We'll continue to work together through that. We're launching a brand new Workday service desk to help departments find answers and resolve questions. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. We're super excited about that. Letting people know paychecks will look a little different coming out of Workday, and you'll go to a different place to see your paycheck information, a new system, and that there could be some slight differences as we roll into calendar year 21, including federal changes to withholding. So everyone's paycheck might look a little different that first time it runs out of Workday. Financial data, well, we'll go live on January 1 with finance in Workday. Financial data will continue to roll into the system for the rest of the month. For example, December, we need accounting to close the month before we can load it to Workday. So that will show up in Workday several weeks into the month. Invoicing of our grants won't resume in Workday till the middle of January. We've been really proactive on this to all of our grant sponsors, working with the Office of Research to communicate to our sponsors what's going on, how we're updating our systems. And the feedback's been pretty positive so far. I suspect they're happy that we're investing in our systems to help safeguard and spend their monies that they give us every year. Then finally, we'll have a bunch of transactions to catch up after we go live, a lot of work to get those transactions through the system, maybe a little bit of data cleanup along the way where something didn't quite convert right. Will help people get that realigned. And then finally, I would highlight these security roles, which is to initiate and approve transactions. Our area finance officers at each campus, college, and area have done a great job mapping these. Yet I envision that as we use the system for a little while, people will start to have aha moments, and they might want to realign how they're processing transactions in their area with those security roles, and we're excited to help them do that. So just quickly, a little overview of the service desk. As we started talking to folks about this new system a year ago, we started to put this picture together about how we traditionally support business processes at the university. And a way to think about this is starting over here at the left of the slide. If you are an individual faculty or staff member and you want to get something done, a transaction that relates to some sort of business activity, you might go to a number of different channels to get that work done today. You might contact your department. You might talk to the college or campus. You might call one of the central functional offices or email them for help. Some people might even talk to their local IT support to try to get that done. Now imagine as we lay on the layers of that, the department staff are doing the same thing, contacting all these groups. The college or campus might be contacting all these groups. Pretty soon we end up with this little web of support happening. And to be honest, it works for decades at WSU because of great staff that work really hard to make it all work. But now imagine we heard from one university when they launched Workday, they had 18,000 questions come in about Workday in the first 60 days. And as we thought about trying to manage 60,000 questions or 18,000 questions over this kind of web of support, we realized it wasn't going to work in our future. So we are deploying a fully enabled Workday service desk. This is a one-stop shop. For most people, it'll look like a website. Underneath that website is a fully built out service desk that will have knowledge base articles, quick reference guides. Individuals can start to type in a question they have, and the system will prompt them with potential answers to their question before they even submit the question. If those user helps and tutorials aren't useful, they can submit their inquiry or question, and we'll be staffing that with central office, functional office staff, and the modernization team to answer those questions as quickly as we possibly can to try to keep everybody moving. Excited about the service desk for a couple of things. One, I think it's transformative for us long-term in how we provide services internally to our staff and faculty and support the research mission of the university. It enables people to find their own questions, answers to their own questions anytime they want, day or night. And it also gives great transparency. Anyone who submits an inquiry can log on anytime to see what the status of their question is. They don't have to wonder if it got lost in someone's voicemail or their email. They'll always be able to see that status. From a Workday team, we're excited to be able to look at that to one, see how timely we are in responding to questions and concerns, and also to look for trends in the issues, because often as we trend those issues and look for commonalities, we can find places in the system where we can come back in and make enhancements and improvements to alleviate the stress that the university community is feeling. So if I could just wrap up then with this concept of working together. Everyone saw this slide last month at the board meeting. We continue to message this 3 simple points. The launch is coming soon. Please get involved. If you have a responsibility to initiate or approve transactions in the system, we're encouraging you to please take your training. It's worth your time and investment now. It will pay off later to have that exposure. And then finally, let's work together to prepare for the transition. Express appreciation for the hard work everybody's doing and recognize that there'll be some bumps along the way. We can be patient with each other as we work through those bumps as we find new ways of working in the future. So that's our report on modernization. So next time we give a modernization report, we'll be telling you about all the things that happened after launch. That will be fun.
Thank you very much, Matt. You know, when I was a new region, you may remember I got my briefing, and as soon as I heard the status of our old system, it was like, oh my goodness, we've got to get this moving. And this has been a really enormous project for you all, but I really have a great appreciation for the way you have gone about it in a very, very thoughtful, deliberate way, and made sure that so many bases are covered with great sense of making sure that you're going to make it as easy as possible upon the all the staff, both research and other staff in this transition. So thank you for that. Any questions?
Regent Powell, if I may, one thing I would like to bring up as we move into go live is a huge advantage we have at Washington State University as we talk about our system, not the workday system, but the system approach, is the fact that when we researched other systems, few of them had the benefit of having all of their campuses and departments on the same human resources and finance system. And we will have that at WSU. We currently have it, but we'll have it in our new system. And that is huge from, from the standpoint of efficiency and effectiveness and operating together as a system.
Absolutely.
I just really like to thank Matt too. He's just done so much. I mean, he had this underway before I got here and has really led this in a fabulous way. So thank you, Matt.
Great job, Matt. You've done a nice job bringing the board along with you for the past year too. So thank you.
Jeanette, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Regent Powell. And maybe I'll take it offline. I've been through a couple of massive transformations here recently. And so I really appreciate the enormity of data conversion and would hope that, everybody's engaged. I guess the question I have, 2 things. One is cybersecurity and how much of the process improvement has that addressed? And then second would be, do you have any metrics on the process improvements that you're expecting from this? And I know that system integration is certainly a great outcome. I'm just curious about those metrics. And I like I said, I can call you afterwards, but this is a lot of work. And so kudos to you and to everyone for taking it on.
Well, I'd be happy to speak to those questions if there's time. I would just say from a security perspective, and I need to apologize, Stacy and I are not IT professionals. We're just playing one today. But we're really happy with the Workday security platform. Its hosting platform was fully vetted through the state of Washington, and all the state of Washington security protocols used by lots of other large companies. So we're happy with their protocols for storing our data. We're deploying multi-factor authentication for any WSU employees that seek to get into the system. So we're happy with that security stance to keep people from inappropriately accessing someone's account. I think that's a positive. I also appreciate your comments about efficiency. I thought those were such good points. One of the things we've done, Regent Ramos, is we've benchmarked our business processes, how long it took to get basic processes done in our old system. We did that 2.5 years ago. And we just set all that information aside because then we wanted to bring the new system up, let it run for a couple months, and then start to compare how long does it take to do a travel reimbursement in Workday versus when we did a travel reimbursement on paper? And is it faster? And it better be faster. And if it's not faster, it tells us something we designed in the workflow electronically is not working effectively. And we can actually use that to help with our continual process improvement, to dive back into those processes, re-engineer those, and see how we can help them gain the efficiency we want in getting work done to support the university.
Great, thanks, Matt.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. And again, kudos on getting to this point, and best wishes for a successful launch. And we look forward to hearing an update in January.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Okay, our next agenda item is the WSU Spring Semester Testing Plan for Pullman and Health Sciences Spokane campuses. And Colleen Kerr and Daryl DeWald and Guy Palmer are going to be presenting.
Thank you, Regent Powell. So I have a question for everyone first. You have the testing plan in your packet. Is there a preference for me to share screen, or would people prefer? Here's the reason why I ask. It's not a PowerPoint, it's a Word document, and I just don't want to make people seasick as I scroll through it.
I think maybe we all have looked at it, so I think maybe if you just summarize.
Sure, let's go ahead and do that. I don't see Guy on. I'm hoping that he'll be able to join. So let me first I want to thank a few people. We've come a long way. I know that we have been talking about testing and various aspects of how we keep our student population and our communities that we're in safe through COVID-19. And so I really want to thank the strong partnerships that we've had. Student Affairs Vice President Mary Jo Gonzalez and her team, Teresa Elliott Cheslick and her Human Resources team. These are really big lifts for us to be able to make this work. I also want to acknowledge Whitman County Public Health, who has been a tremendous partner to us, Spokane Regional Health District, who has also been a tremendous partner to us, the Governor's Office, and the State Department of Health. So we are talking today about the testing plan for two campuses. So we're talking about the Pullman campus and we're talking about the Spokane campus. And I want to identify that because we are a system, we have multiple campuses, and we have multiple research and extension centers. And so after we begin to operationalize this plan for these two campuses, then we are going to, Daryl and I, Dr. DeWald and I will be working with some of our chancellors, and we will also be working with some of our deans on how we might identify ways to meet the testing needs for those student and faculty populations. The reason why we are moving forward with these two campuses is because one, residential student is congregate housing, is a congregate population, and so there are special requirements that we want to be mindful of there. And then the second is with respect to our health sciences campus, and that is because we have students who are in clinical programs who have a higher amount of risk based on the programs that they're in, and that also includes our faculty. So are there any questions here as I get started? And Daryl, is there anything you would like to add at the outset?
No. Keep going.
Okay. So the program is, there are 4 components to our testing program, and they're in your testing plan, and the Insider has done a tremendous job. I was remiss in not acknowledging Phil Weiler and his team and Holly Sitzman, who has really put a lot of work into making this readable, because let me tell you, it has gone through versions where it has been less than readable. It's been very complex and technical. So the 4 components that we're going to talk about is arrival testing, which is the first type of testing. Arrival testing, the overwhelming majority of it will be mandatory. Then we have 2 different types of screening testing. We have one which is an ongoing voluntary screening testing program. We'll talk about that. The second is a targeted screening testing program. And then the 4th is diagnostic testing, which is if you have any symptom associated with COVID-19, per Washington DOH and CDC guidelines, then if you are a student, you will be tested. And if you are an employee, you will have a testing available to you through your insurance plan, through our insurance plan. So arrival testing will be for students who are arriving into either Whitman County or onto the Spokane campus, which would be a little bit different language, to start their programs. And so for arrival testing, our goal has been to capture as much of that student population as is possible for us legally, right? So that we're going to catch as many students who are going to be interfacing with WSU facilities. And that is a parameter that we really want to be mindful of. So it will be all students living in university housing. And so the number that we have approved as a leadership team at Cabinet is 3,000 students or fewer. So those would be in student halls of residence and in student apartments. It also will include all WSU Pullman students who are working in certain university facilities. It will be students participating in spring semester 2021 Pac-12 athletic programs, intramural sports, and sports club if permission is formally granted by those governing bodies. Students who are participating in in-person classes, because we do have some programs that are exempt from remote learning. Students who are using WSU facilities on the WSU Pullman or WSU Health Sciences Spokane campuses. So we would think about libraries, we would think about the rec center. Students in academic programs where the 6-foot minimum distance is incompatible with curriculum requirements, and then certainly those students in clinical programs. And that the bulk of that, or much of that, is in Spokane, but it's also really important to identify that we have veterinary medicine students who are in a clinical environment. So arrival testing will require them to participate in testing when they get to Whitman County prior to either moving into their halls of residence, which is will be quite an endeavor, and we are already working on the operations for that, and or before they actually start their program. And they will need to, before they are able to enter a building or participate in their program, per the criteria that we've outlined, they will need to identify that they have participated in arrival testing. So that's the first cohort of testing. I thought it might be helpful to see if there are any questions on this component. No, then let me continue.
Paulina, actually, I have a question.
Oh, please, yeah.
So it feels like talking about athletics all over again in a way, because it's another, sort of hard problem where you can go a lot of different ways. But curious, the one thing that I've heard at other universities that we do not seem to be doing is, if you are enrolled as a student, you must be tested regardless of whether you are physically interfacing with the campus.
Yeah.
Everything that we are doing seems to be geared around physically interfacing with the campus in some way, not necessarily with the campus, but campus or things that we have some sort of control over. And I know we have a couple of things in the works, at least as ideas around looking at apartment buildings and things like that, and looking at sewage results. But just curious, what we considered in terms of a more strict testing requirement to be an enrolled student, and why we decided not to do that.
Yeah, so I should acknowledge the numbers. So what we have talked about is we expect that there could be as many as 15,000 students who are in Whitman County for spring semester. And this testing plan, I'm going to be, and I know that I saw Mary Jo was on, and my guess is that she will come back on. I think that through this plan, we would probably be able to test about half of them. So why would we not test all of them? So right now there's no directive in the state of Washington. When we negotiated the higher education reopening guidelines with the governor's office, the Department of Health, Challenge Seattle was the facilitator for that, but that was for the sector. What happens in the state of Washington, and if you look at testing and resources around testing, there is not appetite because of the nature of essentially every other geography that a university is in, except for Whitman County, to make a testing program useful. One of the things that Dr. Palmer says at every meeting I've actually been to on this topic is this is not a problem that we can test ourselves out of. One of the things that has been very fortunate for us this fall, and in going through, we have really pioneered, right? We have piloted what it is like to be in a remote learning environment and to really understand the impacts, or what it looks like to have students have spread, and then what does that look like from the community. And what we have learned is that there are certain student populations where there is disease spread. And we, and really Mary Jo, Dr. Gonzalez and her team have been working very closely with those student populations, so that even those students where it would be voluntary, that we have a mechanism to work with them. And we believe, based on the data that we have, that this plan does get us to that place. We do not plan on revisiting with the governor's office to require a mandate. And my understanding at this time, I mean, my understanding is that the governor's office, I'm sorry, Whitman County Public Health, they are not inclined to do a public health order to meet that need. But if we can walk through the rest of the questions, then I think that what we can do is kind of speak to how some of this, how some of the other components of the testing plan address the need. And I don't know, Mary Jo, if there's anything that you want to add here. Heather, does that work for now? And we can keep walking through?
Yeah, I just think, you know, similar to making the decision on Pac-12 really crisp, we have to know, you know, we have to know what is in our power and then what are we deciding to do and not do, and pass on that, I think, as regents, just because this is such a serious issue for the community that we sit in, and also for obviously our students and our faculty and our administrative team.
Yeah, and I think Danielle Hess is on here and she can weigh in. Her office has been another person I should have thanked. Danielle, the Office of the Attorney General, Andrew Schillinger have been tremendous partners to us in this. What I will say is this testing plan allows us to test as many students as is legal in the state of Washington. There is a whole population of students that is just simply not legal for us unless they decide to interact with the university. And so, but again, our understanding is the way that we have put this together based on the data that we have starting from August is we are feeling good that this will allow us to do disease surveillance in a way that maintains the public health and safety of the student population and the public health and safety of the student population as it interfaces with the Whitman County population. Does that make sense? Okay, so the next component is ongoing screening testing, and it's a really important piece of the testing plan, and we have been doing it. I need to also acknowledge the Army National Guard, Whitman County Public Health, the federal delegation who have funded this. So the Army National Guard has been on the ground in Whitman County for the past several weeks, couple of months, and they are actually providing the capacity for us to do the screening testing. Whitman County and Clark County are the only counties in the state of Washington that do not have ongoing screening testing programs. I think that is a really important thing to identify. The majority of the counties in which you all are sitting actually offer screening testing programs where anybody can go and avail themselves and get a free COVID test, or free. We have to find a way to pay for it as a government, but anybody can go and get a free screening test. That is not available in Whitman County. And so because we have a nascent health sciences program, right? We don't have our clinical practice program is not fully built out yet. We don't have the infrastructure either, Washington State University yet, to provide that. We're working toward that. And I think this has been very informative for us about how we want to grow. But it has been a tremendous service to us to have the Army National Guard. So what they've been doing is every day, it started out Tuesday through Saturday, and now I believe it's shifted Monday through Friday. They offer screening testing for anybody who holds a Cougar card. And so what that means is if you are an employee, if you are a visiting scholar, if you are USDA, ARS, you will have a Cougar card. You can come and you get a screening test, and you do not have to show any symptoms. You do not have to show an insurance card. But that has proved to be a very useful program. The other thing that Dr. Palmer would say is that it also helps from a behavioral health perspective. Having screening testing available, communicating about it, having the community communicate about it as a group continues to elevate the issue of the behavioral changes that we want to be making on an ongoing day in, day out basis. So we will be offering screening testing program in spring semester, again, for anyone with a Cougar card. We will also be offering it for those people who do not have a Cougar card, but who use WSU facilities on a regular basis. So for example, on the Spokane campus, we have other universities who are regularly using our campus facilities, and we have other universities here in our Pullman campus who also use those facilities. And so this will be a broad-based program that will facilitate that. One of the things that Dr. Palmer has led is we have a modeling subcommittee. So we are very lucky. We are true international experts in disease surveillance and in modeling. And so we have a faculty group who are working on the actual model. They also have been providing the information in terms of building out what this testing plan looks like. So for example, when you participate in the ongoing screening testing, you will be communicated with that we would then like to reach out to you and ask you to continue to participate, because that's what will give us the data so that we can be making informed decisions based on actual data. So we would have people come in, for example, you could be asked to come in and again in 6 weeks, you could be asked to come in and again in 4 weeks, but it will give us a sense of what people's interaction looks like in the community, and again, can have a consistent testing plan. That one is voluntary. The third one, though, is when we get to targeted screening testing, and this one is mandatory. And so there's a couple of different directions, a couple of different ways to think about this. One is wastewater testing. This is the big one I think that many of us will have read about in the news or be familiar with. The University of Idaho is already doing it. The University of Washington will start doing it. We are also already doing it. We're doing it in a pilot fashion. But what it means is that any building that WSU has domain over, we can test that wastewater. And if we see a shift from negative to positive in terms of COVID-19, then we are able to target that building, people affiliated with that building, for screening testing. And so halls of residence is obviously the big one, but I am sitting here in French Ad, and for example, we could test any of the buildings, and then we could use that as a reason to require screening testing. And it's very effective, because if we do it, then we are able to kind of pull those people out of activity in the community. One thing I should note is we are very lucky because of our lab, One Health Diagnostics. We actually have among right now the consistently fastest lab turnaround times in the state, which is pretty remarkable considering that we don't have screening testing. But I also need to acknowledge Insight, who has been our partner with One Health Diagnostics, also known as Waddle, and the Allen School, but they have really worked on every aspect of that. So our turnaround times are right around 24 hours. They don't want me to say less than that, but in practical terms, you find out the next day, which means that we're able to take people, into isolation and quarantine very quickly. The other thing for targeted screening testing is, so for example, with the Office of Research, they have already identified that there are some programs that simply because of the nature of the lab or the nature of the research, that those individuals, both the faculty, so the WSU employee, as well as the students, they need to be in an ongoing targeted screening program so that they are regularly tested. And our modelers, they will be looking at the data and they will be making the recommendation about how frequently that testing should happen. So those are the two biggest examples. But again, if you think about it from a targeted screening perspective, other academic programs, potentially other student employee programs, they could make the recommendation that based on the criteria of physical distancing, the type of work, that then we would expect that individual to participate in an ongoing screening testing program. So then the fourth one of the actual testing program is diagnostic testing. And this one is the easiest one in some respects, which means that Cougar Health Services, who serves all WSU students at WSU Pullman, they will be offering diagnostic testing, which is where you would show your insurance card, because the Office of the Insurance Commissioner in the state of Washington has been very clear in making sure that if you have any symptom that is associated with COVID-19 or you've been a close contact, that insurance companies in the state of Washington will pay for that test. And so Cougar Health Services is really going to hold that space. And that is a really important role, because what we have learned is that even if a student doesn't have a symptom, they very often are close contact. And so we want to make sure that they have that very specific testing role open. Now, the last thing I think it's important to talk about, and Dr. Gonzalez is here, is the voluntary component, because she has done work with some of our student populations and is continuing to do work with some of our student populations so that they will voluntarily participate in arrival testing and voluntarily participate in ongoing screening testing. So Mary Jo, would you talk with us for a second just about the Greek community in particular?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we are finding is barrier-free and testing in a location that's proximate to locations where student lives is one of the most effective ways to get our students to test. And Regent Redmond, this goes specifically to your question. I cannot mandate or legally require that students who live in private residences that we do not own or operate have to take a test. They have a right to education, and they have a process that's connected to that. So legally in the state of Washington, which I'm actually grateful for, that there is a right to education that Danielle has really given us parameters around. So for example, if a fraternity or sorority member wants to use our facilities, which they often do, they will have to get tested as a part of that protocol. And so those who aren't, we are going to actually work and partner with them. In fact, we've already coordinated the dates for move-in. We know what days they're moving in. We're going to provide testing near or around their facilities. even in the dead of winter. So let's hope that we have a mild winter. But again, talking through what are those options. Some of the housing corporations may require that their students get tested for pre-arrival, and we're actually encouraging that. But again, we cannot mandate that, and that is something that students have to negotiate and navigate with their contract with the housing corporations for fraternities and sororities. I think the other piece of this is also apartment complexes. So we have done an excellent job with ANG, Army National Guard, coming in and actually getting testing happening at a lot of the apartment sites. And so what we see are students who are actually getting in line and getting tested and making sure that they have what they need to be successful. And so one apartment complex actually offered $100 million or $100 off rent for, and 100 million, that's a lot, $100 off rent as a part of its package. And a lot of students chose to get tested for that. So we are operating from the carrot, not the stick construct. I think it's very important that we do that as a part of our protocol for the future, because sticks do not work with students currently. It really is about how do we help them understand that their behavior impacts the community, and testing is one way to do that, to normalize that testing is a part of being a member of the WSU community.
I think from a messaging standpoint, thank you. And thank you both for making all that clear. I think from a messaging standpoint, we may have missed a important element. We have been having the argument with the public about whether carrots or sticks work, and we don't have a stick. So that's kind of a bad argument to engage in, right? We should just say, we don't have to decide whether carrot or sticks work. We have a strong opinion on that, but we don't have a stick. And that's kind of the end of that discussion. It sounds like we are doing everything we can, given that we do not have a stick. So that is great to hear, but I wish I had known that quite a while ago. And I think we could have messaged that to the public better as well, because I've seen a lot of arguments about carrot versus stick and what's effective and why aren't we using the stick, and other colleges and universities are using the stick, but our situation is not the same. So that is very enlightening for me, and I think we need to spread that word.
If I can, Heather, in the local Pullman community, we have been extremely upfront about that, but people don't want to hear it. And so we have several local business owners, I'll just put it that way, that will continue to say this is what's happening at a Big Ten school or whatever, and try and directly pick that up and say, that's what we ought to be doing here. And that's not necessarily always well received. I think we've communicated that really openly locally. Now to you as Regents, we should have talked more about that, but not everybody here, I don't mean within the university community, it's really outside it, is willing to sort of accept that.
Yeah,
sure. And then it is what it is. I mean, I don't know, Mary Jo or Colleen, if you want to speak on it anymore, but that continues to be a tension point of they do it at X. How come you can't do it here? And Colleen has mentioned several times, and Mary Jo in these conversations, well, state law won't allow us to do that, or this is, and sometimes people go, well, then we got to get the state law changed in the next month. That'll be the solution. So.
Yeah, I want to also rely on data. We have learned a lot. So I meet with Whitman County Public Health every morning at 8:30. That's where I'll be. You can find me there every day. And we look at data, right? Every day. And the data is really interesting because it's not just numbers. Through contact tracing, you get a really good picture about where and how the disease spread is. And it has been very interesting to learn what community behavior looks like and what student behavior looks like. And I raise that because I'm going to echo Dr. Palmer again. We cannot test our way out of this situation. We simply cannot. It is about behavioral change, and it is about communicating with each other really at a community, at a one-on-one basis in terms of how we socialize and live our lives. Testing is one component. And that resonates with me because, like, for my job, people always want to focus on lobbying, right? And I'm like, well, lobbying is one component. We have all these other activities that we do. And that to me is reminiscent of the testing. Testing is one component of how we will address the pandemic, but it's not the only thing. And I don't know that it's even the most important thing. Behavioral change is really, really compelling when you look at the data.
I'd like to follow on to Colleen's really nice summary of the testing plan, and we prioritized Pullman first, and we needed to, but we also have some distinctions with our health sciences students, and our faculty and staff. So I wanted to point those out real quick, and then we'll take questions. So one of the things that we are doing on the Spokane campus is that for any faculty and staff who are working in clinical environments and then coming on campus, they're required to be tested in arrival testing. They're also required to have periodic testing. We're also providing certification testing for our students who need to be tested and then go in and work in the clinical environments. So we're offering those opportunities. And so we will have not only required arrival, but we will have required periodic testing for the health sciences. So some small distinctions, but those are important. And as you can imagine, having required testing for faculty and staff, we consulted a great deal with Danielle and her team, and we feel like this is the right thing to do, and we are in solid footing to do so. I also wanted to thank Charles Kemerzel and others who worked very hard to establish the contracts with Insight. Insight is out of Spokane, and I'll mention something I mentioned in an earlier Regents meeting. We're providing testing for Eastern Washington through Insight and One Health Diagnostics. So only about a fifth, I think, of the total numbers of tests that have been completed have been done for WSU. So what we have done as an institution partnering with Insight has helped multiple institutions and organizations across Eastern Washington.
Are there any further questions on this? What I would add is Army National Guard leaves Whitman County on December 17th, and that is because FEMA funding runs out. So they were originally going to stay through the end of next week, and we have asked them to stay because we can actually partner with the county and deploy them as needed to some facilities. So for example, they have gone to long-term care facilities, they may be going to K-12. The only reason why I identify that here is as we are working to operationalize this plan, there are financial costs associated with this, and I would expect at our next meeting we will talk about those. We don't know for sure what those are, but as Daryl talks about the partnership with Insight, it will certainly mean increasing our investment in our partnership with Insight, as well as exploring some options potentially with our own students to help support arrival testing, because these will be big numbers that we will be testing on a day in, day out basis for about 2 weeks.
Okay, any questions? Yes, Lisa.
I really appreciate this. I think this is really helpful. Question, Colleen, around, you mentioned Clark County. Did I miss the WSU Vancouver element on the testing because of Clark County's?
No, what I said at the beginning is that, so right now we're looking at these 2 counties. And the reason that we're looking at these 2 campuses and these 2 counties is 1, because we have a residential student population, which is congregate, and 2, because we have clinical students. And so those are 2 categories that fall under state testing guidelines. With respect to our other campuses, we have already been having that conversation with chancellors. And the issue is to what extent would us offering testing allow those campuses to open any further than they already are? In full disclosure, under the state higher education reopening guidelines and under all guidelines provided by both the Department of Health and the Office of the Governor, I don't believe any of our other campuses actually would meet that criteria. There's also a significant financial cost there. And we also need to make sure that we're doing due diligence on behalf of our faculty and our employees who are on campus. And so we're going to work with our chancellors and specifically with Dean Wright, because Connors is in every single county. There may be some options where for specific either campuses or extension offices or research and extension centers where we would partner with the local government. And fortunately, through extension, we have a strong foundation for that. But what I said with respect to Clark County is Clark County and Whitman County, I believe, are the only 2 counties that don't have screening testing at this time.
Yes, I was gonna, yeah, so that's what in particular made me curious about how to manage something like that and the financial impacts when there's a very different approach down here in Clark County.
Yeah,
So,
I was
thank you.
I have been very surprised to see Clark County on that list. From Whitman County, it's a resource perspective. So just for everyone's reference, our medical officer in Whitman County, I believe it's a 0.4 FTE. He is a outstanding physician. He practices in Kootenai County, lives in Spokane. And so when we talk about why we did the medical school and access to healthcare, that is what it looks like. It is not having enough access to healthcare. So I really should, kudos to all of the healthcare professionals here who have just done a tremendous job.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you, Colleen and Daryl, and we'll move on to the next. And thank you all for all this great work. It's an amazingly complex and comprehensive plan, and our best hope that it will be as effective as it appears to be, and that you can get the cooperation that you need. Okay, our next agenda item. Colleen, you're still up on the legislative update.
It's nice to see you again. So let me say up front, you don't have materials. So I am going to share screen. I'm going to share the federal legislative agenda. I'm going to share the state legislative agenda. What happens every year is it is an impossible situation of timing, because we don't do our legislative agendas until after the election as a sign of respect to potential changes in majorities, potential changes in leadership, whatever that may look like. And then what happens is, because of the timing of the Regents meeting, there just isn't timing for you to get the materials in advance. So forgive me for that. I also would love for us to be able to do a deep dive on some of the changes. We've done that historically in January. It's a good time to talk about that. Sometimes we'll do it in the summer, but I think it would be fruitful for us to do that simply because of the changes that we're seeing nationally and in our state as well. So what I thought we would do is actually start with federal. And I want to thank you again, Regent Sims. And I know that there are others who are thinking about this. We are thinking about transition already, and thinking we have some of our faculty who have already been reached out to by the transition team, but thinking about what it would look like for WSU to position itself with the Biden administration and with our delegation. We have been very, very lucky. Our delegation works in a bipartisan fashion to support WSU priorities. So I'm going to go ahead and share screen. Hold on just a second. Okay, can everybody see this? Okay, wait a second. This is not the, hold on. Can everybody see this? This should be the federal legislative agenda. Can I get a thumbs up? Yes, thank you, Regent Serna. So this is our federal legislative agenda. And I will make sure to send this to Des, and you all have it. So for everyone's reference, this is also available on the webpage, governmentrelations.wsu.edu. You will be able to click and it comes up in a PDF format. So you can print it. We give it to all of our stakeholders. We give it to all of the member offices. So we are prioritizing equity, access, and innovation for this Congress. So for the federal legislative agenda, we always do this for 2 years. So this will be consistent. We will probably not talk about this again, except for to the extent we do something around doing a deep dive into research. Although having said that, to the extent that there are changes with from a Department of Education perspective that we might bring up with the Office of the Provost or Student Affairs, that might be another time that we touch this federal agenda. So what we have said is our #1 priority for this year is continued support of COVID-19 disaster relief. And I really do want to elevate this for everybody. We are not in a place where we are talking about economic recovery. And when Stacy talks about when Vice President Pearson talks about budget forecasts, and when we consider the many, many impacts or impacts to auxiliary services, we are really still in a place where we are working through disaster relief. And it is unrealistic for us to think that the state of Washington, who is also grappling with the same questions and issues that we are on a grander scale, right, in every county and for every industry, that the state will be able to address all of these needs. And so we are prioritizing with the delegation continued support of disaster relief. We also are, this includes the cost of doing business. So I want to also acknowledge Vice President Pearson, because as we have talked through, like, what's the budget for testing, considering that we just talked about testing, what Stacy has said is that this is the new cost of doing business, right? For us to have our campuses somewhat open, our residential campus and our clinical campus, for us to have those campuses somewhat open, then this is a cost of doing business, testing, moving to remote education. There are all these different pieces. And so we are going to be advocating vociferously with the delegation for both the impacts, for relief from the impacts to students, the relief from the impacts to faculty, and then relief for impacts to the institution. I think that is a really important thing for us to continue to draw our eye to, because the institution, in terms of facilities and what that looks like so that we are able to come out of this in a place of strength, I think is critically important. We are also specifically identifying Whitman County. And I raise that again because of the number of students that we have here and because of how significantly underserved Whitman County is from a health sciences and a public health perspective. And so for us to bring the number of students that we do bring every year and have for over 100 years to Whitman County, and to do that in a safe way, we need to be strong partners with this local public health and local government entities. One thing I would identify for everyone is that the Spokane Regional Health District actually serves I think it's a 9-county area. It's called Region 9. And so this actually is, I would include this as part of the Region 9 advocacy, and it is a really important thing for us going forward. I'm not going to dive too deep into this. I am going to touch a couple of things. We do want to move forward, though, as a priority with access to education through broadband deployment. So access to broadband, we've seen it as a critical equity issue. It's the difference between kids being able to participate in K-12 programs successfully. It is people being able to participate in opportunities for certificate programs as they're pursuing re-education. The success of any of us in the pandemic is largely dependent these days on our ability to have Wi-Fi. And so we have, through extension, through Sashi's office, Vice President Pillai's office, we have been pioneering some different strategies. And so we are moving that forward as a priority for this Congress. We are also going to move forward, as we do every year, with research and innovation in agriculture. I won't go into that, but we continue to be the #1 recipient of USDA research dollars, and that will be something that we are very bullish on. We have been told that we have one of the best advocacy programs around ag in DC. We do that in partnership with our ag stakeholders and with WSDA. We always walk into offices and to committees and to agencies together, and it has proved to be very strong for WSU, and we look forward to working with the Biden administration on that. Federal funding and research investments. So what we have done at WSU is that we have looked for those areas where we can excel, and then we have asked the delegation, working with agencies, to support increases in funding for that so that we can compete. We talked about that a little bit earlier with Vice President Keene, with Dr. Palmer. And so these are the two that we are focusing here: health sciences and with the Department of Defense and Department of Energy. That is probably where I have the greatest opportunity. While it's not specifically called out here, though, I do want to identify that I think through the Department of Education and through our College of Education, there are also going to be many opportunities for us to be very competitive as we think through what our strategy looks like for this Congress as we continue to evolve through the pandemic. So I will stop sharing federal. I would ask if there are any questions, and then I will pull up and talk about state. Are there any questions?
Yeah, any questions for Colleen at this point?
No, so let me go ahead and pull this up. I'm sure everyone is tired of being on Zoom, so I appreciate your patience. Okay, go ahead.
Colleen,
yes.
It's good to talk to DOD when President-elect Biden was the vice president. One of the groups he chaired spent a lot of time talking about healthcare, and when he was running, he talked about it again. So I don't know what opportunities he tends to want to open up, but I think you're going to find him being very aggressive and doing more healthcare research and delivery. In fact, I'm really certain that he's going to do that.
Okay. Well, you and I already have time to talk, so I'm going to look forward to doing a deeper dive with you. But this is definitely, I need to acknowledge Glinda Becker-Fenter, who is our Associate Vice President for Federal Engagement and Advocacy. She is, I often just say, I hired Glinda. We are so lucky to have her, but she has been elevating issues around transition since the day after the election. And so I will make sure that I talk with her about that specifically. I think that there's tremendous opportunities for us around healthcare and access to healthcare. So before so you all have the state agenda in front of you here from screen sharing. Let me just give a little bit of an overview where we're at. So not much changed in the legislature in the end of the day in our state legislature. So Inslee was reelected to a third term, a historic third term. I think some of our regents are very close to him and may have more insight. I know that there's speculation he may go to the Biden administration, and there's speculation that he won't go to the Biden administration. But that is an open question, and I don't have a crystal ball that actually tells me that. But what I will say is that we still have we have very big Democratic majorities in the House and the Senate. One thing that I think is pretty noteworthy is that, the Democratic caucuses are bluer and the Republican caucuses are redder. I personally was really dismayed to see that we lost Democrats in rural Washington on the peninsula, Brian Blake, who has been a longtime chair. But what we are seeing is a further polarization in the state of Washington insofar as the urban areas are blue and rural areas are red. And so we can think about where our campuses are, and it gives us a good sense of what the landscape is that we need to navigate for success. I will say, as we think about the size of those majorities and we think about blue getting bluer, that means that the legislature is actually probably moving a little bit further to the left. Governor Inslee has been a progressive governor, and so how we have that conversation as we especially think about what this year has looked like in terms of equity issues is going to be something that is front and center for us. And we have many strong university spokespeople. We have an extraordinary student body. And so that will be certainly something that rises to the forefront in this legislature. It is not necessarily called out in the legislative agenda, but we know that is the direction that is critically important to the state of Washington. One thing I would call out, having worked for the legislature during the last recession, is that I think for about 80% of the legislature, this will be their first recession. And that's a big deal. And so we may expect some special sessions. I see Ron's Regent Sims's face. We may expect to see some special sessions. I think that expectation about the votes you may take and what a realistic budget looks like can look very different once you get into that caucus room. And so we're going to have a very interesting session on our hands. People asked me for a long time what the legislative agenda was going to look like. And I said, well, I think it's going to look like fight, fight, fight for Washington State. And so I will be looking forward to working with you on this as we fight, fight, fight for Washington State and educate these new members on the importance of Washington State University to our students, to our communities, and to the state of Washington. The last thing I'll say before I talk specifically about the agenda is that the economic indicators have improved. I think that we might have talked about this back in June when we had the first forecast, right? So there was that first forecast and things kind of fell off the cliff. And then we actually have improved, and the numbers look better both from a collections perspective and economic impact. And so how that holds as we go through the fall and winter will be really important, because higher education is still technically discretionary spending under the state budget. Again, I'm hoping that we can maybe do a little bit of a deeper dive since we have so many new members, and we could talk about this in January and maybe do a PowerPoint on it, but with some graphics. But that is something really important to remember. We are discretionary spending. And so when I say we have to fight, like we really do have to fight, because it's very easy to think that we can just raise tuition, and that is not possible in this environment. So here's our state legislative agenda. Again, it's as with our federal legislative agenda, you just you'll be able to click on the website, and this will be available for distribution for anybody who asks you the question. We will provide it to you directly as well. One of the things that has been really important to me and to my office is that this information is easily available. We also have a document called Fast Facts, and it's literally just a sheet with every kind of fact that we've ever been asked, and we update it every year. So you'll have that as well. So the biennial budget priorities, what we had been moving toward prior to this session is that we always had a pretty consistent 3 prongs that we would see in the legislative agenda every year. So one of them was always about really supporting faculty and staff pay raises. We know that we don't have our pay scales are outside of the market. And so that has been something that we are really committed to advocating for. That is not realistic in this budget, but we do want to talk about it in terms of protecting what we have and not taking cuts. I think that is a really critical message. What that looks like as we get to an end game in terms of a smaller cut potentially than we maybe see proposed, but that is something that's really important. We also, though, had been moving toward having agriculture and health sciences as these pillars, and then very often pulling in a clean tech or an energy pillar, because those are the traditional 3 pillars of a land-grant university, and they are also core industries to the state of Washington. So here, I want to flag that we are receiving from the federal government about $105 million. I want to, again, give accolades to Glinda and her work with the Agricultural Stakeholder Coalition. But we are going to have a federal building built on our Pullman campus, and we need $8 million from the state to demolish Johnson Hall so that we can put the new building there and that we can also transfer the M&O then to the new building. We will also be supporting the State Department. WSDA is doing a lot of work around food systems. That is done with the WSU Food Systems Program, and so we are going to be advocating on their behalf. I think food security issues and the stability of the food system is something that we're only kind of seeing the beginning of, and that will continue to be a really important issue as we move forward over the coming months. And I think that Regent Blankenship could talk about that. WSU Health, we're asking for completion funding for the medical school. So we are on the runway to getting accreditation, and we are also on the runway. This is the completion funding. And when we receive this completion funding from the legislature, we will have a completely publicly funded medical school in the state of Washington, which will be a very big deal. And it's also a very big deal nationally. And so we will undoubtedly be working together on this over coming months. And I believe that we will prevail. The last item that I want to flag is just the capital budget, because I shouldn't say just the capital budget, because I know it's important to a couple of our campuses, but we will be moving forward to support construction of the life sciences building in Vancouver, and then renovation of the phase 1 building. It's a very catchy title in Spokane, which will go really to serve health sciences as well. So the rest of this just talks about WSU, because you want to think about this legislative agenda as a handout, and as something that is distributed to member offices and to stakeholder offices. But that's what I will be prioritizing this year. One thing I would flag is that in a recession and with a lot of new members, there are going to be a lot of things coming at us. And so I would anticipate that whereas we have been playing defense at the federal level, I'm expecting to see that shift with this administration and to play a little bit less defense at the federal level and more advocacy. I am expecting that we will be playing a lot more defense at the state level in this session, and that will be something that we want to keep in touch on. So I'm happy to take any questions on the state piece.
Thank you very much, Colleen. That was a great summary report. We're getting short on time, so we could take a question if somebody has one right now. I'm sure you'll be keeping us updated as things go. So thank you very, very much. Okay, let's move on to the WSU System Strategic Plan. Chris Hoyt.
Thank you. So let me share my screen and we'll go from there. So hopefully you are seeing this big screen here with no notes on it. So just want to say good afternoon. I know it's been a long afternoon, so I'll be presenting a brief update on implementation of the strategic plan for you today. And at the September meeting, you will probably remember that I highlighted excuse me, just moving something around here, the structure we'd put into place for system planning and the 3 groups that had been established to lead our ongoing efforts. So today I'm just going to talk a little bit about the key activities of the System Strategic Planning Implementation Team and the System Strategic Planners Council. So as a brief reminder, the implementation team was formed to help provide direct oversight and management of the system plan. And I think I described it last time as a strategic think tank for the System Council. So it really is a key group that's working on the development of the annual planning processes and the implementation activities across the campuses, colleges, and units. So this is a list of the major areas or key activities on which we are currently focused. And I covered these in September, so I won't go into them in detail, except to say that we're working hard to develop a solid set of annual planning processes, build relationships system-wide so that we can align and integrate planning and help prepare folks for change in terms about how we go about planning on a system-wide scale. So the efforts are ongoing. I'm happy to answer questions, but for today, I was going to focus on two major activities that are highlighted in the crimson. One of them occurred in October, the first the first session of the system strategy series, and another that is coming up in December, and that is the first System Planners Council meeting. So just a little bit about the system strategy series. We talked about it before. It's a mechanism for us to hold ongoing conversations of strategic importance system-wide as part of our process of continuing to engage and involve our university community. So this first session, we focused on how faculty and others can partner with WSU Extension and with our communities in creative ways to deliver their expertise and here to address health disparities present in Washington's rural communities. We asked two key questions that are up on the screen here. And these are, as you might remember from our conversation last time, focused on goal 3 of the plan, which calls for WSU to become a national leader in outreach, extension, service, and engagement while addressing quality of life issues of Washington residents. So the two questions, how can the university most effectively apply its system-wide resources to better serve the needs of the state of Washington? And how might faculty and others partner with Extension in creative new ways, as I just mentioned, to deliver their expertise to address health disparities? So these were the questions we asked, and around 200 members of the WSU community registered for a 2-hour virtual session to discuss these topics. We featured 8 cross-college and cross-unit collaborations with presentations by faculty and staff from WSU Extension, the College of Agricultural, Human, and Natural Resource Sciences, and the L.S. Floyd College of Medicine. We focused on topics such as meeting vulnerable patients where they are, supporting the Washington food system during COVID-19. We talked about WSU Extension's broadband action teams and their work with strategic partners to increase rural broadband access for telehealth, and about how WSU Extension and Healthy Communities and partnering to support youth and family development through mentoring, life skill development, and career preparation. And there were more, but that's just a flavor of what we presented on. So since these strategy series are meant to be participatory, we held breakout session and engaged in focused discussions. I have a few of the headlines here. They're probably small on your screen. Some of these are direct quotes. They're a bit small, I'll summarize them. WSU is definitely living up to its land-grant mission. That was mentioned more than once, and that's great because that is our mission. And want to continue to address topics that are germane to our mission. One individual said, I am amazed about the breadth of topics we heard about. Importantly here, the critical role of partnerships and the active participation of communities in decision-making. The more we leverage our pieces of the system, the stronger we're going to be and the better we can support communities in the state. We heard a lot about extension and an increased awareness and understanding of the role of extension that it is currently playing and what it can play into the future. Folks knew extension is everywhere. It's in all of our counties, and commented that it struck them that what extension is doing isn't well understood across the whole system and that we need to highlight that. That extension can be, they are and can be brokers of local relationships. And just a surprise about the focus on health and how much that is a focus, in addition, of course, to what people understand in terms of the focus of ag. So extension's very trusted in our communities, and it's a tremendous asset to WSU and to the state. The examples we chose to highlight, and there are many, many more that we could have focused on, demonstrated successful community-based models for how WSU is advancing and improving quality of life for Washington residents. We shared a lot of knowledge, perspectives, ideas, and stimulated system thinking, which was one of our goals in terms of particularly the value of multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary approaches, a lot of opportunities that exist by partnering with WSU Extension and broadly within our communities. As noted here in the comments, it takes a team, content experts, people with knowledge of population, geographic regions, and those sorts of things. So events like these are really a tremendous opportunity for individuals, for faculty and staff to connect. They're a great first step when we are talking about these, but we do need to take this information, incorporate it into our strategies as we work to carry out our goals and objectives. So that, of course, is what we plan to do. We will hold another strategy session in the spring. We have several topics in the hopper. Among them are, for example, the WSU student experience. We may wish to particularly focus on graduation rates and student retention. So we'll partner with academic and student affairs to help us do that effectively. We're doing some really exciting work around our system principle of becoming a data-informed initiative or institution. So it's a very hot topic, and we'll keep you informed about that as we go along. In the meantime, if you would like to watch any of the presentations, let me or let Des know, because we would be very glad to send you a link to those. They were really inspiring. They were great models for success in our communities. Others found them. There were people that made great connections just in that session alone, and we hope to do more of that going into the future. To wrap up, would like to just let you know that we talked about early on, we were establishing a System Planners Council. So wanted to simply let you know that we are moving forward with that to create that. We've engaged 35 or so planners throughout the entire system to prepare them for our first meeting that will take place on December 3rd. This is a little bit about the role of the Planners Council. It's a system-wide group that will help support and guide implementation and ongoing updating of the plan. So it's really a care and feeding of the planning system-wide, because these are the people that do this work. And so they can be a tremendous asset to the system planning, but we hope reciprocally to the planning that goes on in the campuses, colleges, and units. So we will start our work with them coming up and engage with them and collaborate more broadly throughout as we plan and implement the system plan. So that about wraps it up. I hope it provides you with a bit of a sense for where we are focused right now. I'm glad for any questions you might have at this time.
Okay, hi, thank you, Chris, for that.
You're welcome.
Because of our time constraints,
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah,
Laura, I just wanted to thank for Chris on the, I do think the extension side of things, I appreciate you calling that out. I've just recently gotten a lot of feedback around, how we can be better using our extensions throughout the state during this time. So I think figuring out how we better leverage them going forward is really important for the university.
Yeah, like growing recognition of that. Thank you.
Okay, and if there are any additional questions, I know some of you are new to the WSU and the planning process. Chris is a great resource, and she's been honchoing the thing from the very beginning. So, please feel free to contact her about that. Okay, we're now up to our future action item, one future action item, and we have a couple of action items, all of which should be fairly quick. So let's see. The first one is the proposed revisions to WAC 504-26 Standards of Conduct for Students. Mary Jo, are you going to discuss that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as a reminder, one of the things that we talk about related to our Washington Administrative Code and our standards for student conduct is that students have a right to education. It is conceived as a property right in the state of Washington, which is why they have so many rights entailed in that. We often have to use the Administrative Procedures Act in order to navigate that. So as for new regents, it's important for you to know, 3 years ago, we went through an entire process related to student conduct, and Regents Powell, Blankenship, and Sims were here at that time and recognized the process that we went through. And so some of this may be new to you, but you will definitely be hearing from me on a regular basis. These edits in particular are around Title IX, which were changed by the Trump administration related to what we would require. It includes direct cross-examination of individuals, support for respondents, as well as an appeal process for emergency suspension. We are pushing these forward in terms of both temporary and permanent rule changes. Please know that you may see another round of these changes depending upon where the administration goes forward. It's important to note that President-elect Biden was the author of the Violence Against Women Act, of which many of these changes reversed. So we imagine that we will continue to see changes related to the Code of Student Conduct depending upon administrative structure in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Any quick questions?
Yeah. So given that we're on the eve of a new president, and this is likely to change again, and this is a future action item, when would that future action item be on the table?
So Regent Redmond, we have both a full temporary rules and permanent rules. This is a part of the process we have to follow. My guess is we will know more in January, what those after January 21st, and we'll make any edits. But again, it typically takes about 6 to 12 months, more like 18 on some areas, to change our administrative code. So we'll have to do temporary rules again if the administration changed the current structure. So January is when we would know, late January.
So will these rules, are we for sure going to be operating under these rules for some period of time, or is there a chance that we will not be operating under these rules for some period of time?
Yep, we've been operating under them since August 14th, when we were told that the appeal that we had requested for these rules did not follow through. So we've been operating under them since August 14th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the action items, President Schultz, the 2022 Board of Regents meeting schedule, which is in your binder.
Nothing too exciting there. So the locations, I would only say are tentative. You know, we may have to do video meetings in the spring, in which case, you know, we'll continue to operate this way. But besides that, pretty straightforward.
Okay, any questions? All right, moving right along to the next action item, proposed revision of WACS 504-24-030, undergraduate housing requirement. Again, Mary Jo?
Absolutely. So at the last meeting, if you recall, we discussed that we needed to make some WAC modifications in order to ensure that first-year students could live at their homes to meet the first-year live-in requirement. This is just a codification of that and a permanent action item. This actually helps us be more expansive when it comes to that first-year live-in requirement and understanding student situations. And it aligns the decision-making with the current structure in the Division of Student Affairs.
Okay, any questions? Okay, hearing none, that is the end of our business for the committee. Chair Blankenship.
Thank you, Regent Powell. We covered a lot of territory. Thank you for all the great information. The next item will be an executive session, but I'd like to take a 10-minute break. And so at 25 till, I'll call you back into session. They'll take us to a side room and Danielle will have an executive session with us. So thank you. See you in 10. Welcome back, everyone. The WSU Regents will resume their session, but we will now hold an executive session to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation in which the university is or could be a party. This session will be closed. The executive session will conclude in approximately 45 minutes or 5:20, unless it is extended by further announcement. And if any action is taken as a result of these discussions, it will be taken tomorrow during open session. So at this time, the Regents will be moved into a breakout Zoom session. Thank you very much. Now it might be working. So we have finished our executive session, and we are reconvening open session of the WSU Regents. We've come to the end of the agenda today, and I will adjourn today's committee meetings, and we will reconvene at 9 a.m. Thank you all for participating.